it's now time for the D&Ds. Oh, gotta floop the lens on my camera. I had to open the thing.
I DM'd Raid. So.
Cool.
I was just about to text him.
Do it. Bully him.
No, don't bully the man.
No, bully him to
He
make
said
sure
he
he
was
gets
making
here.
it last night.
Like,
when I talked to him.
No, straight up bully the man until he's here. Like.
Oh, you're gonna do what you do to a cactus?
I was gonna say,
The
bullying,
moistest cactus.
like, lead him out of the game. Maybe we shouldn't bully Rage.
All right, give me a number.
Don't.
75.
Don't.
All right.
Blackburn, I will nuke you.
Well,
Try me. I can feel you twitching because you wanna call it. I'm calling your shit right now. Don't. Do not.
Do it. No balls.
What the fuck is Jenna? You know what? Fucking. Fuck. I don't have quick boops for you. Nah.
I know.
I was trying to like move you somewhere fast, but there's no.
Am I allowed to round up?
No. How about you don't? You just don't.
Because I got 77 of them.
How about you just don't do it? That's an option. You could just not.
77. Oh,
Do it.
looks like he's on. I sent him a text and I see he's actually
I'm going to do
green on
something very
Discord now.
embarrassed real quick. I just want you to understand this.
No,
So, like-
I don't need to understand. I know what you're doing, and I'm asking you to not.
So, like,
I'm very clearly not consenting to this bullshit.
yeah, 77 of them, so.
I hate you.
he really does.
My record was 155. I asked for a number, someone said 155, so I specifically pinged someone. It was Cactus. I pinged him 155 times, which is literally just at him. And that was all the DMs. I can tell you one thing, he got on fucking fast.
Mm-hmm. I imagine he did.
I thought it was funny. He did not. He did not find it entertaining.
I didn't. Because I had to deal with him whining about it, so, thanks for that.
Hey, I said a number.
He's reliving trauma.
Hey, I asked for a number. People give me a number, all right? Like, that's not my fault.
You should name
yes,
a
it
higher
is.
number.
No, the number they give me is not my fault. The amount of times I do is my fault. There's a difference. It's a delineation, if you will.
You're a delineation.
And you're really
Oof.
cool.
Oof.
Ah, boy, oh boy.
No.
Why can't we be friends? Why can't we be friends?
There's no way. Where did
Well,
they go?
Today, so it might be interesting.
That should.
And just like that, we have everybody.
Yeah, no.
30%.
I'm definitely in a fuck around and find out mood today, so this should be interesting.
Making sure that everything is correct.
Hasha.
Hiya.
Yeah.
Oh. Yeah, that's what I'm doing. Yeah.
Alright. So we're gonna flip this over.
Can I call you Missy Elliott because you're gonna flip it and reverse it?
What?
You know how hard it is to control my want to yee you into the sun.
I don't get the joke.
My eye is twitching right now from that.
You were here.
I'm ready.
Ugh.
Oh, crows.
I'm not. Somebody fucked with my camera.
Aren't you the only one that
Yes,
plays with that
you
camera?
did.
Ah.
Yes, you did. Yeah, it was on here yesterday. You used this today, and it's not on here.
Eat the child.
Oh boy.
No, it was the missus, not the child.
Oh,
just,
okay.
just, I was gonna
I
say,
hear
just
the
remember,
missus talking
if
back.
there's a problem with a child, you can always
No,
start
it was
over.
you. Okay, you can say that you're a child at heart all you want to. It's not. It's not the child. You're an old ass bitch.
Jeez.
Whoa.
This got aggressive real fucking quick.
Oh, she's older than me. I can say that.
Don't fucks with the Rage's camera.
Yeah, no, no.
That should be the right size. Very good. Wonderful.
Oh, yeah, I forgot that thing's so fucked up.
The fuck
Still
did
in
you do with it?
Look, all right, it's
Right
not
there.
my fault it ran out of fucking power, okay?
Shut up.
Oh, wait, you're still tapping your camera. Never mind, sorry.
No, I was talking to you. I don't even know what you were saying.
Yeah,
but
yeah,
sure.
so-
I don't even know what you were saying.
so-
Fuck you, anyways.
I played Space Engineers, and I was cleaning up our base. Mostly, I cleared out a lot of space, and I took cleaned up all of our manufacturing, all our conveyors. Everything is underground now, and I had to break one of the connectors that my buddy's ship was connected to. But it has like 6 hydrogen tanks on board and nuclear reactors. I cut anything that was not essential. I turned down the ion engines and the hydrogen engines, and I legitimately worked on it for like 7 hours, doing all this, including building everything up. And I didn't know, that the ship had run out of power until I heard it fall and start crushing our base.
Yeah, I'm an idiot.
And
I'm an idiot. I thought you were talking IRL for a minute. I was like, wait, what?
yeah, so
Yes, because in IRL you put hydrogen tanks next to fucking nuclear reactors. That's what you
I
do.
mean, you
Yeah, so-
totally do. It doesn't mean you should.
as a result, he lost like 2 full engine pylons, and it destroyed 2 nuclear reactors at our base.
Oh, fun.
Yeah, so yeah, and we can't just. I was like, well, just it's built off of a blueprint from the workshop. Like, I'm not gonna say shit because this is a complete accident. If you want to spawn when he's like, I can't do that. He's like, I made modifications to it. I have to redo them. It's like, oops, oopsies.
I was so invested in the story because I genuinely thought you were talking like legitimately, like that was your job.
Oh no, I work on mail machines. I work on mail machines.
I don't want to know the OSHA violations that I heard in that story.
You gotta love it. All right, so
Wow.
let's chat real quick before we get into the big shindigs here.
I thought we were chatting.
Yeah.
Hey guys, let's do what we were already doing.
Let's do what we're doing. Let's talk D&D stuff. Rage, thank you.
Do not disturb.
There we go.
Right,
That's
so, anyways,
So let's talk about last session and what has led us to this session. So last session, you guys had found that you were in a trap room set by the Blight Piper. You had found your way out. You had escaped. And you found out some plans that were going on behind it. Specifically, that he has planted devices in New Haven. Because that was the idea in the beginning, was to simply delay you long enough for him to do this. You guys found notes, specifically from Briar, the Tabaxi, the brother of Nameless that you found and saved. And he had notes and papers that you guys kind of found around that were specifically saying that, oh yeah, there's, X amount of this compound still left over. You eventually made it out of the room. You found there was a secret door behind the refrigerator. You go up the stairs, you find the devices, and you find that all of your gear was stuffed in these boxes with these devices, that if you had pulled the key to take it, because it was on a chain, not a rope, it would have triggered the bombs inside the boxes and would have burned all of your equipment to ash. But that was also a fraction of what was basically said on the paper that was missing. So you guys scrambled towards New Haven. Aura turned into a giant eagle and flew as fast as she could, dropped down, and just tried to get people's attention at the same time as Nameless firing a round of Thunderclap at the bell, causing Leandros to step out and go, why did he shoot my bell? Just basically knowing who is the only person who could make that kind of shot and would do it on purpose. Began asking questions. You guys told them that there were possible incendiary devices in the town, that the Blight Piper is trying to destroy New Haven or cause as much damage as humanly possible. You guys begin evacuating, begin helping people get out. You start pushing people away as Jenna, you're kind of in the center of it, flying over the town looking for things as the rest of the party is still making its way down from the northern gate. That is where Jenna, as you see people begin to clear away from it, or Aura in this case, you saw a figure near the World Stone. A lone figure that seemed to be in very fine clothing for someone who would be living in New Haven. As you flew close to that person to find out, you saw them raise their arm, snap their fingers at you, and you immediately turned back from your eagle form into your normal form and kind of fell out of the sky and landed on the sidewalk. The rest of the party, you guys see Aura get essentially forced out of her wild shape. As Aura, you see this person. This finely dressed individual with a large flute strapped to his hip, a fine dandy cap about his head with feathers coming out of it of a green and purple kind of design, very flashy. His face seems to kind of shift as you look at him, not really keeping the same detail, and you immediately recognize him as the Blight Piper. He sees you and goes, you're here, which means that your friends are close behind, which means that we are at the final act of our little confrontation. You've already evacuated the civilians, which is fine. It's not as fun this way, but it still means that you're going to be coming to see me, as I wanted. Now, let me introduce you, Aura, to a friend of yours. You've met before. He's an acquaintance of mine. As he motions towards the World Stone, you see a large black cloak-clad individual come around the edge of it, wearing, of course, the bird-like mask of the Plague Doctor, the syringe gauntlet still strapped to his wrist.
Mm-hmm.
So you have eyes on now the Blight Piper and the Doctor. And you are the one within range, as you know your friends are running up behind you, trying to get close enough to help you out. It's on you to
Oh, of course it is.
delay the situation. So this is where we all find ourselves today, is that you four saw this situation occur. You saw Aura get pulled out of wild shape, you saw her fall, and you heard this just kind of projecting voice begin almost mocking you and her. Or do you make any noise as the Piper kind of reintroduces you to the Plague Doctor? Do you yell, scream in terror?
No screaming. It's just Bird Bitch and Cotton Eye Joe. They don't scare me.
Cotton
They
Eye-
should.
What?
I'm just gonna throw it out there. I feel like it's more
So,
insulting if you don't say anything after a monologue.
Oh, I'm not going to. I'm not going to say shit. I'm just going to stand there.
That's just my personal opinion. I feel like
I
that.
know. I didn't plan to say shit. I was just going to stand there, cross my arms, and quirk my eyebrow at him.
Very good. He
I
just
mean,
kind of looks at you as you guys continue moving down the main street towards where it is, and you guys are moving relatively quickly. You know, you Okers, you have Nameless on your shoulder. Nez and Creed, you guys are keeping pace. As you saw where Aura went down, you kind of have an idea where she is. So the four of you keep pace to get there. And as you get within eyesight, you can see Aura standing to the side, just outside of your line of sight, but you can kind of see she's there as you're standing on city streets. But you do see the two figures standing by the World Stone. Of course, the Piper and the Plague Doctor. And he just sits there, seems to be staring at Aura, going, nothing to say. You're just going to stand there with your arms crossed, having that attitude you always seem to have in these instances. Well, you're no fun. But I guess that means that we have to finish what we started. As I know your friends are coming down the road and they'll be here soon, I guess it's time that you paid the piper, is it not? To finish our little dance, to put the curtains on our third act. I've been waiting for this.
You're still talking?
And you're still alive. You see the problem?
And you still look like a rip-off Joker.
Who?
Thank you.
Yeah, my brain. Yeah. Never. Ignore that, kind. I'd call you a sir, but I don't know.
He just kind of cocks his eyebrow at you, just looking at you. I can see why your friends had varying opinions of you. You are very strange, even to my standards.
You have standards?
I do. That's why I haven't killed you yet.
Your personality's killing me inside.
At least that means my job will be half done by the time your friends get here, won't they?
Can I just, fall asleep now? What are we doing here?
And he snaps his fingers. Roll wisdom save.
Okay, hold on. Where's my wisdom save? 26.
You got a 26
Yep.
on your wisdom save.
Yep, 18 plus 8.
All right. So he snaps his fingers at you, and you just kind of staring at him still. He's, huh.
That tickled.
He turns and he looks at the large individual behind him and goes, "Killer? Yeah. Go ahead." And so you see this hulking behemoth begin to charge you. At this point, or it's going to be an issue between you, the doctor, and the piper. The rest of you will arrive at the end of this round.
Oh, fuck my life. Let me roll initiative. I got a 1.
Fantastic initiative. Just the fucking greatest initiative.
Oh,
So they can go 3 times before she gets to go once, right?
What's in the total?
amazing.
Also, you have your Trident of Warning. You roll advantage on your initiatives.
Oh, do I?
That's why
Oh,
it
yeah,
has the
true.
green A next to it.
Oh, okay, I'm rolling it again
And
then.
dog, it was a 1. It was a 1-1. Like,
Yeah.
Yeah,
it really wasn't much better when she re-rolled.
I got a 6 this time.
All right. What's the total?
I mean, it's a number higher.
7.
7. Okay.
what do you mean 7?
I have advantage. 1 plus 6 is 7.
No, that's not how that works.
No.
No, 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 no. No, it means you roll.
advantage
roll-
is you
no.
take the highest result. So
Six.
So 6.
so
It's
what's
sexy.
what's
First
all right,
time I was
everyone stop
questioning.
talking at once. Let me do my job, please. Thank you. So your initiative, what's the number in the box? Is it +0?
0.
Thank you. So it is a 6.
Yes.
Wonderful.
No.
Wonderful for me. I
Oh.
wasn't specific. I'm sorry.
No. Specificity.
Specificity?
Yep.
I
Ah,
I
very
don't
good.
think I use that word.
All right, so in this case, the Piper goes first.
Love that for me.
Yes.
Not a goddamn thing I can do because I don't even think I'm in range to hit them with anything but spells.
Yes, quite.
No,
The
nope,
druid.
nope, 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 nope. I'm not doing it. I'm letting it go.
I, hmm.
I don't want to move.
Uh-huh.
If you were going to make a smartass comment about being able to move, I ain't getting any closer.
That had nothing to do with it whatsoever.
Pulling up a sheet real quickly. Ah, yes, here we go. Let's see. Trying to read through here. Ah, very good.
That's not a good sign. Just throwing it out there.
Oh,
So he could do that, but that seems overkill.
Hey guys, so I was thinking in this fight I should use my short ranged weapons, my swords and stuff like that, because it would be perfect for my class.
It'd be perfect.
It'd be perfect.
he's being a smartass.
I absolutely am.
I'm using my fucking spells. That's what I said because I'm not using melee. I'm looking at what I have. I know what I have, but I want them
Alright,
to figure out
so let's do.
that's not.
Let's
And
do.
say he did. That's not
Yeah.
say he did.
He looks at you and goes, "Fine, let's try this on for size." As he pulls out the flute and begins playing a haunting melody that he just seems to play and sway gently, and you feel the tune almost be akin to that of a whisper, almost, where it just seems to sink into your mind and kind of tickle the back of your brain as it just leaks in, and you start to feel like there's tiny voices all around your mind. Roll me a wisdom save again, please.
22.
You take 33 psychic damage.
Where do I put that in? Just my
You
hit
just take
points?
33 damage.
Not that for me, because that's almost half my fucking hit points. Yay.
And you immediately use your reaction to move as far away from the Piper as you can. So pick a direction and move 30 feet. Aura.
I am. I was measuring. I'm moving backwards.
Very good. All right. So that is the Piper. It is now the Doctor. The Doctor is going to move here, and he's going to throw something at you. You're not sure what it is, as you're kind of just looking at him from a distance. But it seems to be some kind of flask. As he throws it, You see it crash on the ground in front of you as this deep green smoke starts to form amongst the cracks of the cobblestones. Roll me con save.
No, it's not as fun as wisdom. I have less numbers. 20 still.
So you take half damage, which will be 9 poison.
Yay, love this for me. I'm half dead.
And now it's you.
Now it's my turn?
Now it's your turn.
Oh, love this for me. Okay. So we are going to, because I'm slightly out of fucking range of where I want to, what I want to do. So we're gonna move right there. I think that's where I measured to. Let me remeasure. Yep. And yep. Okay, we Gucci Prada.
Gucci.
I don't question it, okay?
Sorry.
I'm half dead over here. Trying to live my best life. Okay, so I'm going. Do we still have the spell die to spin for like instability?
Yes.
Okay, because I haven't like rolled that in a while, so I thought we got rid of it because you haven't been making me roll it. Just so you know.
Mm-hmm. Also, hi,
We're
Carson.
going
I was
to-
busy hurting Aura.
Yes. Hi, Carson. We're gonna cast Ice Knife,
All right.
2nd level.
I see what you did, Burn. It's fucking great.
You're welcome.
Yeah, we're casting Ice Knife at 2nd level. You want my spell dice spun.
Yep.
So between what and what again for 2nd level?
Between
2
because
and
you
18.
activated a temple, it's gonna be between 1 and 19, or no, it's gonna be your 1 and 20, much like your first level.
18.
Well, I would have been close if that thing wasn't there, but it wasn't a fail, so that's what it is important.
Right. And now you want me to roll my actual die for the D10, or do you roll the D10? Well, it's actually a D10 and a D6 because it was 2nd level, but yeah.
So, Aura, for Ice Knife, is there a save? Do you have to roll to hit?
Let me go back and double check. Yeah. On hit, the target takes 1d10 piercing damage.
So
Hit
you
or
need to
miss.
roll to hit.
Yes. What do I roll to hit again? The D10?
So it's gonna be no, it's a D20, and it's
Okay.
going to be your D20. And underneath spells, you're gonna have a little thing called spell attack. You're going
Yep.
to roll your D20 and add that to it.
Okay, so D20 plus 8. $23.
Yep, that is a hit.
So 1d10 piercing damage plus a
Uh-huh.
d6. It's each slot above 1.
Yes.
So I roll this or you roll this?
You roll damage. It is your attack. You roll damage. That is a D20.
I know.
Aura, I know it's been a minute. The dice
I
are there
haven't-
for you to use.
I know. Leave me alone. 15.
There you go. All right, you deal 15 damage into the Piper. Wonderful.
And then hit or miss, the shard then explodes. The target and each creature within 5 feet of it must succeed on a dex saving throw or take 2d6 cold damage. I
Yeah,
hit
he critted on his dex save, and because he is who he is, he has evasion, so he actually won't take damage at all from your explosion.
Love that.
So, that's Aura, which means that you lovely individuals all now join the fray.
I have to deafen for a second.
That's fine. So now, with all of you entering the fray, you currently see Aura surrounded by a green fog. You see her throw a shard of what looks to be glass across the way towards the Piper, and you see it hit and detonate behind the World Stone. You all need to roll initiative for me now, so please do so at your convenience.
I got a 12.
You got a 12. Very good.
I got a 17.
A 7 McTeen. Very good.
Raised by D20, that is.
$23. I was muted when I said it first time.
23 for Nameless. Okros, what'd you get?
16.
16. Wonderful. All right. So at this point in time, you are all in it to win it. So, Nameless, you'll be taking us at the top of the turn order as you enter the clearing. And you see all of this unfolding in front of you.
Alright, so I fucked up. I don't have a count for my rounds for my cat signal.
So,
And I know I fired one at the little cottage before we got kidnapped.
Yes. So you fired one at the townhouse of your standard rounds, and then you fired your spell round at the bell tower.
Say the name. Say the name. It was the Astroglide.
Stupid.
I hate that. No, I won't say it. So you fired your spell round
Man, you know
at
fun.
the bell. I know I am. You fired your spell round at the bell tower.
Yeah.
So you're
Yeah,
down
that
a
one I
regular
actually
round and a
have
spell tower.
on here.
Or your regular round and a spell round.
Right, so how many regular rounds did I have?
You had 2 more regular, and then you had, I think, 2 incendiary left after your bout with the wolf.
And then I gave him 2 regular and a spell. Or, I mean, I gave him 2 regular as well.
So then that means that you are to 3 reg and 2 incendiary. Because you would have burned a regular and a spell round. So you're
Okay.
in 5 technically, 2 fire, 3 regular. So
Do you have what the regular one, or the incendiary damage ones were?
it does the same damage, but with fire damage, which is 3d6.
So an extra 3d6?
Yes.
Alright. This is gonna be fun. Fuck, do I want to do that? Sorry, give me a second. Okay, I'm gonna cast this Ensnaring Strike at a level 3.
All right.
Which I gotta roll a d20 for, right?
So if it's something that you're hitting him with, you need to roll to hit him. If it's a save, then you need to just tell me the save so I can roll it.
Well, it's gonna be, it's when I hit him with a weapon attack.
Okay.
And so the next time I hit the creature with the spell attack.
All right. Very good.
Sorry, my brother just walked in. So yeah, ensnaring strike is just when I hit him next time with a weapon attack. So, and then it's a strength saving throw, or be restrained.
Okay. All right. So
So do you want me to
what
roll
you
a
do?
d20, or you want me to just roll a hit?
So what do you? So you are casting ensnaring strike on what? Your alligator rifle.
My cat signal, yeah.
Okay. So roll me your spell die, then roll to hit the piper with
Okay.
the alligator rifle, but you also don't have line of sight because he's behind the world stone.
Really? I thought that those things hover, like up in the air.
Do you really want to risk shooting the world stone?
He's got a point.
I mean, I'll let you do
Oh, I
it.
thought it was up in the. I thought it was up in the sky.
No, it's like a few feet off the ground. It's like it's maybe like 2 feet off the ground because you gotta touch it to teleport and stuff.
So if I go prone, I can hit him then, right?
I mean, sure.
Without moving. Like that's line of sight.
Sure. Roll.
Cool. Alright, spell die first.
Yep.
What's it gotta be?
What level? 3?
3, yeah.
Between 2 and 18. 2 and 19. 2 and 19.
So 18 works?
18 works.
Okay, so it was an 18.
All right.
Whew.
All right. Now
Close one.
roll the hit.
Alright. My spell die are so or not spell die, my die are so laggy right now on fucking
Don't you have your physical
D&D
dice
Beyond.
though? Also,
I'm
you
not
can use
doing
the
that tonight.
elevator One too.
29 to hit.
So you go prone and you fire, and you see your round go just barely underneath the tip of the world stone and hit the ground right next to the blight piper as it kicks up, and you see this net appear out of the round and go around his legs. So roll damage for your rifle round, and then it's a strength saving throw for him. Yes?
Yeah, I believe so. I'll double check. I just rolled the damage, so I gotta wait like a minute before it actually stops rolling. 31 damage.
All right.
And then... yeah, strength saving throw.
All right. That. All right. He is technically ensnared around his legs at the moment. So he is
Cool.
ensnared. He's restrained currently at this time.
Other thing is, at the start of each turn, he takes 1d6 piercing damage.
Uh-huh.
He would need to make a strength check against my spell save DC. And since it's a 3rd level, second or higher damage is increased by 1d6 for each slot level above first. So it's actually 3d6 that he would take in the beginning of his turn. Is 3rd level.
Okay.
So my spell save DC is 13, so he would need to be 13.
Alrighty. What else you got?
Yeah, okay, so that's right. I mean, just gotta, fucking reload and fire again, I guess.
All right. Roll the hit.
Rolling the hit. I'm rolling, I'm waiting. This is bullshit! 18?
That is a hit.
Cool. 42 damage on that. Now, did you say that these two were within 5 feet or no?
They're not.
Okay. That's all I got then. So he took 73 damage in total?
That you believe. Yes.
Well, yeah. You didn't have to say that.
You didn't have to say it, but fine. Yeah. So, that brings us
Making me think I'm
to
doing
the
nothing over
Piper.
here.
The Piper looks down at his legs and sees the ensnaring barbs that have entrapped him as he takes
3d6.
the 3d6 damage. And he takes 12. And so he looks down, he goes, "Oh dear. Well, that seems to be a predicament. It was a good thing I know a few things about a few things," as you see him become almost surrounded by a cloud of mist, as you see him simply reappear on the other side, the ensnaring thorns just falling away into open air. He goes, "Better. Much, much better. Ah, I have an idea. I seem to be outnumbered. Let's fix that." As he points to Okros and simply says, "Madness." Okros, I need you to roll me a wisdom save, please.
Okay. That's a 7.
You all see a crown of jagged iron begin to form around Okros's head. As Okros, you are now technically under the charmed status. You are now also in rage, and you believe that the 3 people around you, well, 4 if Or was next to you, your 4 compatriots are out to kill you. That they have betrayed you in some way or another. And so you hear whispers in your head of, "Kill the cat." And he will use a legendary action to cast Unomas spell, which is going to be simply something that allows him to vacate. As you see his body begin to kind of vibrate and shimmer out of existence. Still hearing his words of, "Well, now I have 2 large individuals to fight for me. Ah, much better." And that brings us to Nez.
All right. Do. Have anything there. I wanted to do with Lucifer to start the protector. So that's going to give everyone within 10 feet of Lucifer D8 plus 3 temporary hit points.
Very good.
To start, if I can grab the right dice.
That is important.
So everyone around me is going to get 9.
Very good.
Is that 9 extra?
Yes, 9
So
temporary.
if you click on the temp that's right next to the health and then put 9 there.
Cool.
Basically, that
Thank
will
you.
take damage before your regular hit points do.
Yeah, I just want to make sure it wasn't like if you were hurt, then it heals 9, but if you're not, then you don't fucking get anything kind of thing.
You get a shield, essentially. I want to think of it that way.
And then I'm
It's a
also
real.
going. Yes. I am going to cast elemental weapon on my dread
Very good.
for fire damage. So that just adds a +1 to hit and a d4 of fire damage.
Very good.
And I wanted to also just say that it's what? I was gonna put the blue rounds in with my elemental reloader into the dread.
Very good.
And that will be my turn because that was my action and bonus action.
Very good. You do have movement as well, because you're still up in the corner.
Yeah. Is that gonna provoke him? I guess one way to find out. Move right there.
Your movement does not seem to provoke the lion folk. As you see, just if you look back at Okros, you see that he has this iron crown on his head that wasn't there before. And you see that there's almost a madness in his eyes, but it's... You question it, but you don't understand what's going on. You have bigger fish to fry. Which that now brings us, speaking of which, to Monsieur Okros. So, you need to, during your turn, use your action to attack the creature that is being targeted in your mind before your movement.
Quick question.
Yes.
Before that, are bonus actions like? Can I do that whenever? Or is it only during my turn?
Reactions can be done whenever. Bonus actions and actions are done during your turn.
Bonus actions. Okay. Cool.
So, with that, Okros, you see Nameless, and the voices in your mind are telling you that you need to remove him as you believe him to be betraying you in some sense or another. It doesn't make a whole lot of sense, but your mind can't be wrong, can it? So I will need you to do your melee attacks while raging against Nameless.
Alright. That was only a 12 to hit for the first one, but the second one is a 23 to hit.
That's a miss on the first and a hit on the second.
For your first attack, I'll burn a dread to let you re-roll it.
I'll burn a fate to make him not reroll it.
Does that work that way?
That doesn't, but good effort though.
So I will re-roll the first. That is a total of 16 for the second one, then.
Yeah, that is.
All right, so 2 hits.
Bring it on. Not scared.
7 14 damage for the first hit.
Oh no, 5 damage. I had a 10 9.
Ah, sorry. 5 and 5, so 10 plus 16 for the second.
All right.
Okay, so if you ever hit me and I find out about it. No? Letterkenny reference? No one? Okay, fine.
I didn't hear what you said.
I said if you ever hit me and I find out about it.
Look, it's really simple. It's handled at the end of the lane where you don't go up the property. All right.
All right. And then Okros, you just simply move closer to Nameless. As you need to make sure that he's not plotting your demise, as the voices say in your mind.
All right, so I guess. Oh no, I can't do the. It's doing the snap movement.
I have fix.
Thank you.
Yes. All right. Which then brings us to Creed. Creed, you see Okros just go out and swing full ham at Nameless.
Oh. Well, I'm usually fine with someone trying to kill the sassy cat. Now, right. I need him alive. This guy's still out there, though. And I don't have that. Never mind. How do I? There, hand. There we go, hand. Yeah. I think he's going to be on his own. I'm going to move up as well. Over by Nez. And Creed's going to try to keep an eye out for Mr. Piper. Because there's no way he's just gonna piss off. He's gonna want to watch this go down. So it's about all I got.
Alrighty. That brings us to the Doctor, who will move closer towards Aura. And since he doesn't have anything else he can do, it will pass turn, which brings us to Aura.
Hi.
Hello.
I measure things. Question.
Mm-hmm.
Is the charm magic?
I mean, most of what you see in this world is magic.
Okay. That's all I needed to know.
Are the clouds?
Fuck, I just hit my not funny bone.
My not funny bone. Oh, no.
Okay. So, I'm going to cast Dispel Magic at... I ain't feeling too ballsy, so we'll just do it at 3rd level.
Alright.
Spell die 4 and 16 or 2, 18?
It would be... Talked 1, so it'd be... Yeah. Oh! Nice!
Yep, fuck my life. I accidentally clicked it. I didn't even mean to fucking click it, but I'll take it. It's fine.
So, you go to cast Dispel Magic on Okros.
Yep.
And you reach out and you touch the magic. And your spell, as you reach out and touch it, seems to be strong enough to break whatever hold is on Okros to start with. Oh, I don't want to drag you. I want to drag the condition. You feel whatever bond is on him that you're able to snap it.
It's
But-
gonna end up on me, isn't it?
Something else begins to pull back as the magical waves kind of pull back and forth, and I'm going to have this fancy table here that I got. So I'm going to roll myself a quick D-Hundy. Got myself a 43.
That's definitely a number.
It is a number.
Mhm.
It is a number. Ah, here we go. That one didn't matter to you, so I rolled it again. Well, that's interesting. Okay, hang on.
Anyone else not feeling really comfortable right now?
I'm not feeling comfortable because these numbers are higher than the hit points I have.
It's not damage. It's on a D100 table.
I don't know what that is.
It's a table that has a bunch of stuff on it from 1 to 100 that you roll a percentage die and it tells you what happens. It's a random table, Aura. You suddenly begin to hear the thoughts of everyone,
Oh, fuck my life. Okay.
and they can hear yours. So you begin to hear Creed, Nez, Okros, Nameless's, and even Lucifer's thoughts, but you also begin to hear two voices that you don't recognize, which seems to be the Piper and the Doctor.
Okay.
The Doctor just seems to be almost like dark, like grumbly whispers, just like an empty room in the middle of a ruined house. Like, it just makes you feel not at ease as the waves of his thoughts kind of spread through your wave into the rest of the party. You also begin to hear the thoughts of the Piper saying, she seems to have broken my spell. What's this? She's here with me. Oh, this makes things so much more fun. And then as that voice kind of fades out, you start hearing Baby Shark do in the voice of Nameless.
Lucifer.
I didn't think you were actually gonna canon that, but I love it.
The entire party starts to hear just the faint echoes of Baby Shark do from the mind of Okro seems to be the sound of the Tasmanian devil of the
God.
But yeah, so that's what happens with your spell as it backfires, is you are now the focal point of a telepathic bond between all living creatures in this area.
At least he's not charmed anymore.
That is true. So I'm going to let y'all sit and think for a hot second because I hear my youngest doing a cry. So I'm going to go double check him, make sure he is savvy. So I'll be back in a moment.
Mommy shark.
I kind of wish we had just let him fucking kill you.
I mean,
I
he tried.
really do.
I mean, he tried.
Well, you see, the thing is, if I had killed him, it would have only gotten worse.
See, I was kind of hoping you were gonna pull like a cucumber.
What?
Have you never seen videos of that? Like, have you not seen the videos of people playing cucumbers
Oh, you
next to
talking about, like-
cats?
Oh no.
Oh,
Yeah, cats freak the
oh,
fuck
because
out.
they think it's a snake. Yeah.
That's what I thought when you talk about like you're trying to scare him, like, oh, he's gonna put a cucumber next to the cat. It's gonna be great. No, that you're actually gonna murder him, which is like,
Mm.
I mean, it still is funny, but it's just not as funny.
That's okay. You know what I have to think about that?
Baby shark do-do-do-do-do, baby shark do-do-do-do-do, baby shark do-do-do-do-do, baby shark.
Oh, it's the soundboard. So I can play it many, many times.
You-
Rice is fucking deafened.
You remember some of the soundboards I got.
I'm not mad. I'm just disappointed.
I'm used to disappointing people. Rice is fucking deafened though. That was great. I gotta hear this. Boop.
See, there's a nice simple life hack if you'd like to know it, Mr. X's. Which is if you right click people, you can just mute their soundboards and you will never hear whatever they play.
It's not a soundboard that's on Discord, buddy.
I hate you even more then.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah, it's on voice mod, so it goes through my mic.
That's why I just deafened.
Oh, that's,
Yeah.
is this thing? Oh my god, this thing's been fucking running the whole time. Why? Why?
Surprised Mrs. Ree's gonna come out here and slap me though, because I know she heard it too.
I really like the design.
What's that?
Alright. I like that design.
Mm.
Black weapons. Hmm.
But look, I'm not the one that made that cannon. I said that to Burn as a joke, and he fucking ran with it, so... Sorry.
No, you're not.
No, not really, but I was hoping to make you feel better. I at least care a little bit.
No, you don't.
Yes, I do. I fuck with you because I care.
I don't think that's how that
Stealth will tell you.
works.
Stealth will tell you.
That just sounds like an abusive relationship.
Hey, that's probably also true. We could probably use some therapy.
Like, see, I care about you. I just beat the shit out of you from time to time. Like, I care.
Hey, there's been no violence. None. Just psychological torture. That's about it.
Oh, well, here, I'll show you what I've been working on in the meantime.
Sure. What you got?
I think it looks. I've been poking around. I always see different designs. I kind of like it, to be honest. Oh yeah, there's a ship I fucked up, by the way. Yeah, so that's
What's that, turret?
Yeah, that's a turret's base.
Oh, like, okay. Yeah, like a wall?
Yeah, that's supporting the conveyor going up in the middle. Yeah,
I
so
forget what
this
that's
ship,
called on castles.
this ship was on a single conveyor going straight up with a connector, and yeah, that's all gone. That's what took out a nuclear reactor on our base. So this is what it should look like underneath, right? Yeah,
Mhm.
that's where the other engines would be. And then if you come to this side, yeah, you can see.
Oh my god.
Oh my.
Yeah, you can see there's some stuff missing,
Yeah.
but
I
like,
still need to get around to fixing my server because I freaking didn't realize the planets I spawned in had like very specific ore
So-
maps,
give me a second.
which is not fun because you have to go
Properly
really
use
far.
the airlock. Then, so this is where everything was. Like that's where one of the reactors was. Oh, that's my hole. And then the other reactor was over here. This entire wall was gone. So
Ouch.
yeah, what I had been doing. Let me top off so I can actually fly up and down. Yeah, so all of this was just conveyors and whatnot. And then what I had done, and which took me like 7 hours, was this. So I dug all of this out. This was all ice and stone. And then ran all the conveyors, catwalks. I redid our underground defensive line. Which, actually, let me go back outside. I want to do an elevator, but elevators are complicated.
They are in every game.
Yeah, so I cleaned up this out here. I went through and I fixed all the walls, reran piping, and I may have very big collector over here for like our mining machines. The ladder's a little buggy, but come down. It goes up to the space above. This gives you full access to the base of the collector. Yeah. Yeah, I undocked it because when I broke the connection down here, or well, it was already broken. I had to fix it. It ran out this wall here, and I couldn't reconnect it, so I had to take it apart, and then I finished up in the back. I was feeling really proud of myself, and then I heard an explosion. I came out, and that was just destroying half our base. So, bit of an oopsie. But yeah, as Aura's been dying, I've been working on a base. So, I know where my priorities are.
I mean, that's a better priority.
Yeah. So
I'm making install the game so I can play that instead of having to listen to her.
From this block here, all the way over, and all the way down to. Actually, this was all. Yeah, so it was like right. No, this entire section actually wasn't even here. So, well, no, that's a lie. So you had these three, was part of that trench. Then I dug out everything else around it. Took me a long time. Most of it had to be done by hand, but it was good. Now we can just get working on that. We can kick the nanites over and make it their problem. That's something you need, by the way, Rexus. 100%, bro. Those little fellows will save you so much headache. These guys.
Sure.
Yeah. So, like, you can tell them to do stuff. They will do all of this, by the way. Like, if you have a projector up, they will build it, or they will repair it. They will clean up stuff lying on the ground. They'll take stuff apart, put a beacon down. They will mine resources for you, or they'll heal you. And all you have to do is just keep them power. They're very, very expensive. But, like, so nice. That's how we built most of that. I do hate how small it looks up top. I think I might take up another row. I don't know. I don't know how I feel about that. Actually, I'll leave it like that. Can I make this one match now? I will admit, so far I was expecting more mind control. Only one of us so far. That's a what? 1 out of 5. That's a pretty good number.
Yeah, until you realize that he's listening to you.
I'm just saying, statistically, we are a number that I was expecting was higher by now. So,
Oh yeah, for
like,
sure.
bro, literally could just control your mind and make you think whatever you want. And in the grand scheme, it wasn't that bad. He just let the intrusive thoughts in. Like, I'm pretty sure Creed is the only person that does not actively want to kill the cat.
I don't know how true that is.
What?
Do you want to kill the cat, Mr. Nez?
No, the cat's my you know, he does all my testing for me with all my ammo.
You know,
I want to
that's a valid
kill
point.
the
You just walk up
person
and
that's actually using my
you paint a little
test
symbol on
items.
his head that's yellow and black. What is this? It just indicates you're very vital to the testing of my materials.
I was more saying that I'm pretty sure you want to kill me too, more than you're the only one that doesn't want to, but that works too.
I guess I don't entirely want to kill you. I just want you to stop trying to kill the elf so often.
I have never done anything except reciprocate. Just want to make that very well known.
Like that.
Oh,
What's up?
stretch.
Oh, I was gonna say that
That
was not
was
a
what's
very
up.
reassuring groaning sound.
Do 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 do. Then I could do another stretch.
It's not like you need it there, buddy.
Even though I don't think I'm getting anything else out of like this one. Like nothing feels good on this stretch.
Mm.
It like feels like I already like just loosened it all up.
Well, then I'm sorry if I just fucked up all your progress.
It's all good.
Oh. Yeah, I'm fine with that.
The little one must be giving him some trouble.
Yeah, probably. Mine was giving me
Yeah.
trouble, that's why I was late.
Wow. I mean, yeah, that happens. Kids be kids.
Unfortunately.
So what happened with your server? You're saying something about the planets you spawned in?
Because they were planets for a specific like scenario they had, or spawned in very specific positions, and you were expected to like utilize the NPC economy and stuff, I guess. And
Ah.
so actually like mining resources and building stuff isn't what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to like make basic components from the bullshit you can make out of the stuff you refine from stone, and then buy the other stuff and build your stuff and then get to what you need to do. And it's like, that's not the gameplay loop I want. So I'm just gonna delete those planets and spawn in different ones.
So what you're saying is you got a rock and stone, or you ain't going home.
Yeah, pretty much.
Money. Kind of shocking how deep some of these meteor impacts are. Like, they're really deep.
Like, I'm 14 and this is deep, deep.
I mean, like, okay, let me go back. Like, deep.
Yep.
Or there's another one over here, which was really shallow, but it's like, jeez. It's not it, but yeah, like some of these just go unbelievably deep. I don't know why. It's not like any of those could have been next to where I had to dig out around the base. That because that'd be convenient. Now clearly can't have that. Put the stuff away. Time to start all over again. The outside. Okay, no, so that'd be this side is solid. We'll check. Okay, yeah. Oh,
All right.
he is back.
Welcome back.
The child was fighting me, but now he is hopefully continuing to do a snooze. He was very grumpy boy. But here we are, back to the shenanigans. We were at Aura, as now she has a telepathic connection with the whole group. It is hearing a numerous sounds from different people, including the Piper, who is now very much aware that he can hear her thoughts as well as the feedback of the others. Though you guys don't seem to hear the Piper specifically, you do seem to have an eerie, unsettling noise in the back of your heads, which you're not sure is from what, but it's there and is not making exactly you feel great. But, Okros, the bond that was holding you has been broken. Which leads us to Aura with anything else she would like to do before she ends her turn. If she's here.
First, I'm gonna start humming 99 Bottles of Beer on the Wall in my head.
Uh-huh.
Motherfucker can hear me.
Well, now your entire party can hear that, but sure.
And I'll end my turn here, actually. I don't know what else I want to do. We'll end it.
You okay?
I thought I didn't end because I thought my turn was over.
I mean, you can still do other stuff. You got your movement and your bonus action.
Oh, I thought my turn was over because my spell failed.
No, that was just your action. Because you're
Okay.
casting Dispel Magic.
Yes. What can... Yeah, just pass for now. I don't want to hold up time.
You could, I don't know, move away from the angry man.
Oh,
Like, I should be
where
telling
would
you how to do your character, but, like,
Where would you like me to frickin' move? How far do I
Oh.
get to move? I get 30 feet, I think. Yeah. Let's run in the opposite direction of Angie Man, I guess. Ignore that. Let's move over here. Yay. I'm still within distance of him, just on the other side now.
You're closer to your friends, though.
I am closer to my friends.
All right. Well, then, in that case, that brings us to Nameless, who just got whacked by the mallet that's carried by the lion folk.
Yeah, I'm gonna cast Zephyr Strike at a level 1.
Uh-huh.
Do I need to roll spell die for that?
No, not for level 1s, not anymore.
Okay, alright, cool, I didn't think so. That's gonna double my speed, also gives me advantage on my next weapon attack. And it will deal additional 1d8 if I hit. How high are these walls to get on the roof?
The buildings are 20-foot buildings.
20 foot?
Yeah.
Okay. So we're talking, what, 10 to get there, and then 20 up?
Yep.
Okay, so that'll be 30 feet. I get the additional 30 from Zephyr Strike. I will also use my feline agility, so I'll cast Zephyr Strike first, then use feline agility, and that should double the movement. So would that double the double?
No, they'll just give you more movement based on your normal. So Zephyr Strike will give you an additional amount of movement. So it'll give you an additional 30.
Additional 30.
Your feline agility gives you an also additional 30, but you have to burn it all the way out to use it again.
Right.
So you'll essentially have 90 feet of movement instead of 60 because you're basically giving yourself 30 plus 30.
Well. Okay, I want to sit on the edge over here, so I think that's what I'm going to do. That's 55 feet.
All right.
I just have to move an additional 5 feet to get
depends
feline
on
agility
which-
back later.
Which movement did you use first, though? So did you use your feline
Oh,
first, or
fair.
did you use your
So yeah, we'll use the feline first. We'll
Okay.
use feline first.
All right, and then you move your additional 30 for your Zephyr, and then now you're sitting on a rooftop.
Yeah, and I'm with 5 movement left if I need
Yes.
to. They're gonna load an incendiary round and fire it at the doctor.
Okay.
With advantage from Zephyr Strike.
Very good.
And now we have to wait, 10 years for this dice to roll.
Ah, yes.
29?
29 is a hit.
Cool.
Who keeps dying?
Uh,
or disconnected.
Jenna.
Oh,
Yeah.
You imagine how terrifying it'd be if you said 29 to hit, he said it doesn't hit.
Oh my, I wouldn't be able to do anything. That was a 19.
So I'm going to dip because some idiot just hit one of the fucking internet poles in the city. So I'm going to be in and out. So I'm just going to dip so I'm not in and out, in and out, in and out.
Okay.
It's okay for you to be in and out and out and out. It's kind of a boss fight.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Stay.
I'm proud of you. You didn't take that the direction I was expecting.
All right. So
Told you, I'm not as much of an asshole as you think. So yeah, that was 37 for the cat signal. The Zephyr Strike is 1d8 force,
right.
which is an additional 5. And then what was the fire?
3d6.
3d6. Additional 13.
Okay, so you're doing like what, 50 total? Give or take.
Something like that?
Something like
Here, let me go count it. 37 and 13 is 40, or 50, so 55.
Okay.
I'm gonna reload fucking D&D Beyond too and see if that fixes the dice. So that was first attack, yeah?
Yes, that was your first shot.
Okay. Reload incendiary, and I'm gonna fire again. Did not fix the dice. It's not gonna hit. It's gonna be a 14. Yeah, 14.
Okay. All right, so your first round hits. It hits center mass of the doctor. You see his body kind of lurch with the impact of the shot as you see the bright green lenses kind of turn up to you, as you can almost feel it lock eyes with you. The fire beginning to spread over the jacket he's wearing, over his built physique, that he sees the smoke and flame starting to creep out from it, where he simply rips off the jacket and throws it to the ground. And what you see underneath is just a mishmash of clothing that has been stitched together, where the round where it went does not bleed. And it just seems that underneath of it, from where the essential undershirt he was wearing has been exposed, you can see that there are stitch and suture lines built into his flesh. And his flesh seems to be a dark gray color. But you
And
see
yeah,
that,
second round miss, right?
yeah. But you see the syringe gauntlet he wears on his right arm. Now that the jacket is gone, you see that it actually is built up his right arm, almost to the shoulder, where it looks like it's almost an exo harness, so to speak, with tubes leading into his own body, then going down to the syringe injector he has that is built all along his fist. Right. You have anything else there, Mr.
Yeah.
Mr. Cat?
Yeah, I'm gonna use my bonus action to hide with my nature's mantle.
Very good.
Yeah, that's all I got.
All right.
Hello again, Jenna.
I'm getting really freaking annoyed.
I mean,
Hopefully
that's fair.
now.
Someone hit a telephone pole that had the internet on it. That's kind of annoying.
Yeah, no, I'm waiting for either it to stop being in and out, or just cut out completely.
Mm.
Because this up, down thing is driving me nuts.
That's fair. So what I'm going to do rather quickly is I'm going to roll this dice twice. Very good. Nameless, roll me perception, please.
Is it with my eyes?
It's with your ears.
My ears? Okay. 22.
You feel like you hear something, but you're not entirely sure. Something feels off. Almost like you can feel a terrifying presence around you.
Mm.
Does a 26 hit?
Me?
You.
Yeah.
Followed by a 27.
Yeah.
All right.
So things hit me even though I'm hidden?
It was able to perceive you. Something is behind you as you feel a blade nick you through the back of your cloak and go into the tiles of the rooftop you're sitting on. The blade itself becomes visible as it's stuck into the roof, cutting a piece of the cloak that you wear. You take 6 damage from the slice to your leg. And then we will turn to Mr. Nez.
I'm gonna have to just like move a little for line of sight, right?
Yeah, you just move like around the wagon, you'll have line of sight. Yeah.
Right there.
Perfect.
And Lucifer's gonna walk his way on over.
Like a crab.
Start
person.
to at least. And I'm going to fire the dread at the doctor.
Very good. Roll to hit.
A 19.
Yes.
Oh boy.
Roll all of your
this.
dice because of all of your bonuses you stacked all at once.
Oh, no, I'm grabbing them all right now. That's 2d8s, 2d6s, and a d4.
Just put the whole bag
And
in
then
the
I add-
tray.
That's what I got in my hand right now.
There you go.
That'll be a total of 21 damage.
Very good. Do you have your second shot?
I only have one action per
How many attacks do you have per action?
attack. One
One?
attack per
Really?
action. Yeah.
You don't have multi-attack?
Nope.
That's goofy.
Because I'm pretty sure. I just checked it. I'm looking at my sheet right now. Attacks per action 1. Can he... and Lucifer's not close enough.
Oh, well.
If I'm right.
Attacks per action 1. All right, I guess you didn't get multi-attack. Weird. I guess because you're an artificer.
Oh, no.
Interesting.
Yeah. Actually, hold up. I think Lucifer is close enough.
Dun-dun.
He is. Lucifer can do his force ballista.
Oh, not the ballista.
It's D20.
How the fuck don't you have
What's the
multi-attack? I
plus
just
on
had to look
this?
at your sheet to double check myself.
It's because he's an artificer.
Hmm.
No. It may also be the subclass he took, since he gets an attack and the target gets an attack. So they didn't give him multi. Because that wouldn't
That
make
makes sense. Okay. Yeah.
And Lucifer misses.
Oh, Lucifer, you son of a bitch! All right, you got anything else, Mr. Nez?
Nope, that's it for
All
me.
right. Okros, you feel whatever voices were in your head, filling your mind with lies, disappear as it's replaced by someone humming 99 bottles of beer on the wall. But you feel yourself again.
Oh, alright. Then... well, I was already raging, so I can't use the thing. So wait, how much movement do I have again? 45, okay. Oh, then I guess I'll run 45 feet to here.
If you're not going to use your action to punch, you can dash and close the distance unless you want to use one of your abilities.
I don't think I've got anything I can do aside from dash to get closer, so... Yeah. Wait, actually, do I have anything I can throw?
Nez.
I was just gonna say you're right next to Nez.
So,
Picks
Nez, what
up
are your
our-
thoughts
Oh,
on getting
boy.
closer to
Hey,
the enemy?
boy, how you doing over there?
Picks up Nez, throws him at the doctor.
He's in such a rage, doesn't even realize his Nez just picked up the closest object. Just happens to be Nez.
Yeah. Yeets. I choose you, Naz. Use no square.
Use no square. Do not.
Jeez.
Do not.
Wait, you have the wagon too,
Not o-
unless that's not really there.
I
Not
mean,
only is
no,
my
it's there. I mean, you could potentially throw the wagon. I mean, you
So
can do
not
whatever
only-
you want.
Is my internet in and out, my sound is too, and all I open, all of you guys tune back into is use no square. I'm like, what?
Mm.
Use the
Even
most
with
powerful
context, it doesn't
magic.
get much better.
Indeed. No. I mean, I could throw you closer if you want to get closer, but otherwise I could just dash.
I mean, it's if you want to try and do something, whether it's to throw, maybe go the doctor, whatever could pass through.
This is my no square.
I hate you.
I had to find it. I'm sorry.
I hate
I
you.
had to. It's in my head now.
Don't you
It
bring
was-
Juicy into this? I swear to God.
Look.
Anyway, Okris, as you well know, anything in here goes. So, if you want to try and do something roleplay wise or something, not necessarily out of pocket, but definitely different, such as goading the doctor, maybe trying to find an object around you to throw at him, improvise a throwing weapon.
There's a park bench just sitting there minding its own business, just throwing it out there.
I mean, you're also in a city street with people who are evacuating and panicking. You could probably find something, or you could take the Ogren approach and pick up a rock.
So I look for a rock, and in doing so, I pick up Nez and throw. No.
As I almost just spit my entire drink over my butt.
And in doing so, I pick up Nez. It's like, wait, what? No, please.
I'll try to find a sizable rock or something to eat at him.
So, while keeping your eyes on the doctor, roll me an investigation to just, like, feel around for a good-sized rock with your big lion hands.
Investigation is wow, shit. That's only an 11.
So, you pick up something and you throw it at him, and as you go to throw it, you realize that it's not as big as you thought it was. It's like probably a little bit more than a golf ball sized rock that you just pelt at the doctor. Roll the hit using your strength and proficiency, please.
Alright.
I am biting my tongue so hard right now. I'm just letting you know that.
So that is a total of 18 to hit.
You hit him with the rock. You see that he is looking up at the roof where a shot came down and hit him in his left shoulder. And all of a sudden, you just see the rock kind of hit him in the side of his mask as he just kind of turns to you slowly. And his head kind of tilts as he just rotates his shoulders. And you seem to definitely have his attention.
Alright, well, I guess after having his attention, I'll just be like, you
So
and
you-
I have unfinished business.
Very good. Is that your turn?
Yeah, because throwing that was my action, so, yep.
All right. Mr. Creed.
I want to do that. Measure. There we go. Okay. I'm gonna run. Creed's gonna run along the back, along the side of the building here, to try to get over to Aura, who probably is not doing very well right now.
Or she might not be in the coming minutes, so yeah, it's a good idea.
And yep, good. Just gonna try to not be very obvious. Although man with bright purple cloak, probably not very subtle.
Yeah, you'll be fine.
So,
Anything else you would like to do for your action/bonus action? Spells, items, etc.
not really. With the blight dick disappearing, kind of ruined my initial plan. So,
All right.
I'm
Yeah,
done.
if we were in New Orleans, you would fit right in. Sorry, I wanted to say that earlier, but you guys kept talking.
All right. So is that all you got, Mr. Creed?
That is actually no.
Okay.
Can I look at the rooftops to see if there's anyone being really stupid or standing on top of it, not invisible?
I mean, you look and you can hear Nameless's thoughts as he did yell, "Ow, something cut me," in his head. But you imagine he's up on the roof because he is hiding underneath his cloak. You can see the shape of the rifle kind of coming off the edge, which kind of gives you an idea of where he is because you know where to how to look for him, having worked with him for so long. Otherwise, no, you don't see anyone standing on the roof, menacingly.
Question
Unless
for
you want to
science.
roll perception or investigation. Go ahead, Aura.
For science, is the Blight Piper still here, just invisible?
He's technically blurred, and yes.
Okay, okay.
I'll roll for perception.
Okay. We will have.
Do I?
Against
It's only
you.
with a 14.
I'm not even gonna roll. That's an auto fail.
Fair enough.
Uh,
I do have a question though.
I have an answer.
So, I have as a class trait, I can see in darkness.
Right.
So, oh no, actually, never mind. Reading the description, I answered my own question. I was gonna say, because I have the spell for darkness, can I see through that? But no, that's magical, like pitch black darkness.
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Super darkness. It's advanced darkness, to be specific.
I got
Now, if you
nothing
had
else.
Devil Sight, on the other hand.
Yes, if you had Devil Sight or True Sight, it would no longer affect you. But unfortunately, you have neither. So.
Yeah. So. Nope. Just make my way over to Aura.
Alrighty then. Which brings us to the doctor.
Yeah,
As he turns away from Aura after being hit in the head with a rock from Okros, makes his way towards him. And will simply hold a large green vial he pulls off his belt and kind of toss it up and catch it in his hand before he just almost gingerly throws it from the wrist towards you and Nez. And was he? Yep. All right. So I need both of you to give me a con save. So Nez and Okros con saves.
I got a 12.
Okay.
Where's my con tab? There it is, +7. I got a 23 in total.
All right. So, Okros, the gas hits you, and you don't feel anything specific. The gas doesn't look like the green fog that was enveloping Aura before. This seems to almost be a bluish tint to it, just very light as it hits and turns from a green liquid and turns into this bright blue cloud that just kind of puffs around you and Nez and then disappears as quickly as it shows up. You don't feel any different. Nez, on the other hand,
Does this count as technically as a Constitution saving throw against disease, or is that not?
no, it's not a disease.
Okay, never mind.
It's a drug, quote unquote, a poison, if you will.
The
so-
map perk does not help him.
So, Okros, you don't feel anything. You are just kind of confused by this puff of gas that just kind of erupted around you and then disappeared just as quickly. Nez, though, you feel good. Like, really good for some reason. And Nez,
Like Cloud9.
no, not that kind of good. Like, in the sense of, like, the feeling a boxer gets before his bout. It's like an adrenaline rush, so to speak, as you just feel ready to fight with your hands and anything you can get your hands on. Whereas you are now in rage. You have 20 temporary hit points, and your strength becomes 22 for the next minute.
So modify for 12 right now.
So your strength bonus would be +6
Okay.
for the next minute. The other side of that,
And then would my temp health be 29 then? Because
Yes.
I have 9 temp health.
yes, it'd be plus the 9 you currently have. The other side of this is that because you're under this effect of this cloud that just kind of erupted around you and you just feel good, you see the doctor, and as you become underneath the effect of this adrenaline rush, of this battle frenzy, you feel compelled to move towards the closest enemy you can see and fight them a mano
Oh,
in
God.
fisticuffs. So now on your turn for the next minute until you either find a way to counteract it or someone else counteracts it for you, you are compelled to move your movement speed towards an enemy that you can see that is closest. And if you are within range of an enemy and you are close enough to attack it in melee, you will basically jump into melee. Lucifer is unaffected, so you would play Lucifer as Lucifer does. But Nez, you are in battle frenzy. And it seems that the doctor was trying to put you on his level.
For one more, because my elemental weapon is a concentration, what do I need to roll for that?
Concentrations if you take damage.
No damage at all.
You did not take
Okay.
damage. You were just now really,
I just wanted to
really
double check.
amped. And the doctor looks at the two of you, simply raising his hand and just waves you in.
Looks like he's taunting us out, gross.
And that is the doctor's turn, which brings us to Aura. As
Oh, fuck.
Aura, you see the doctor has moved away from you. He has lost his cloak as it is smoldering in a pile near you. More than likely from one of Nameless's rounds. And you can see that he has thrown a vial of blue gas towards Okros and Nez. Okros seems relatively unaffected, but you can see that Nez really, really wants to fight the doctor.
You motherfuckers are making me use all my dispel magics. I hate you. but I'm not doing it this time. Nope. Do we know where? Like, you won't tell me the answer to this, but I'm asking you anyways.
Mm-hmm.
Do we know where the Blight Piper is? Like, is he in like sight distance?
I mean, you know he's in this area. He's in the battle map somewhere.
But he's not within 60 feet?
You don't know if he's within 60 feet or not.
You know what? Fuck it. I'm gonna cast it any. I want to cast it, but I don't. 'Cause I don't want to waste it and then have everyone mad at me. You know what? Fuck it.
What are you
Y'all will get over
casting?
it. Fairy fire.
So you were casting fairy fire around you.
Yeah, to see, because if he fails a dex save, we can see him, even if he's invisible.
Smart. All right, so you cast fairy fire. He has to make a dex save. Your save DC is 16. You push it out around you, and it floods the area you're standing in, including basically it. Let me just put the measuring stick on it. So it does
It's
this
a
big
cube.
ol' sweepy motion
Yeah.
as this wave of fire of whatever color you're choosing.
Blue.
Sparkly blue. Oh, I fucking knew it. A sparkly blue goes out in all directions. You all feel this wave kind of cross over you, but
They all have
nothing
to
seems
roll?
different. No, they don't have to roll because you're
I was
you're
ready
targeting
for
like
it.
malicious intent.
Okay.
But since it is a, is it level 1? Yeah, level 1. Then never mind. You don't have to roll your spell die. So yeah,
No.
so you just push it outward, looking for the Blight Piper, trying to cause him to be seen. And as you push it out, you see this wave go out to 60 feet in all directions, and nothing shows up.
Fucking passed it. Damn it. How dare he pass it?
You hear in your head, that was a nice attempt. Though, you should work on the strength of your spells, though, Aura.
I'm just gonna, in my head, say, shut the fuck up, bitch boy.
You guys don't hear who she's talking to. You just hear her say, shut the fuck up, bitch boy, just all throughout your head simultaneously.
Oh, you want to go too? Because I got my fists up in my tread in its holster.
Just like look at her like crazy eye, just like, you want to fucking dance?
I can't breathe.
Or anything else you got in your pockets? Or are you good?
I can't do finglies anything else now, can I?
You use your action, so
What do I have for bonus actions? Let's see, shall we?
yeah, that's probably a good idea. You
Wow.
can
I
cast your
Flame
Flame Blade,
I can.
or Combat Wild Shape.
No. What am I gonna do? Wild shape into a goose and cobra chicken him?
I mean, that's
Sorry,
an option,
Canadian
I
humor.
guess. Like,
Canadian humor.
Spoken like a true Canadian.
Yeah.
but you do have your movement. You do have your bonus action. So
Can I move and then bonus action?
yes.
Ahaha. I go bonk.
Shut up, Rexes. I see the fucking memes you're posting. Who you call kid?
I move 10 feet to bitch boy number 2.
Basically closing the distance, and you're gonna cast Flame Blade.
Yep.
Very good. Roll your spell die for me, 'cause it's second level. 1 to 20 is your range.
Give me uno momento, por favor.
No.
Shush. I swear to fuck.
Ha! Yeah! That's what I like to see. That's what I want.
Internet, cut out now, please.
That is what I like to see. Everything's
hate this.
coming up. Millhouse.
Didn't I roll a fucking 20 the last
No, you rolled a 19 the last time. This one you rolled a nat 1.
Yeah, I hate my life. I hate my life. Let me.
Oh, I love this fucking wild magic table for these spill goose.
Me
Oh, this is
trying so
amazing.
hard to get over to protect her so she doesn't die and help her
Mhm.
out. In the meantime,
Mm-hmm. So this may actually help you.
Why
We'll find out.
Why do you think I casted 90 feet of movement to get over here?
So, so this is what happens. Or you run up, you cast your flame blade, it comes out of your arm, and as you go to swing, your feet kind of come out from underneath of you as you find yourself floating.
Oh.
As you see the doctor begins to float off the ground, and then also, let's see, where's my ruler stick? Actually, where's my template? I'm gonna use this ice sphere as a template. So it's not an ice attack, it's just it makes my life easy. Bunk. And we're just gonna center that on the aura.
Oh, we all flying except for Ness.
So you go to swing your sword down, and as you do, you feel like you no longer have attachment to the ground as the magic starts to flow out from you, and you seem to be almost in zero gravity flames that surround this area that is just like dancing through the air as you cast unexpectedly reverse gravity, which is a 50-foot 50-foot radius. I'm sorry. 50-foot radius and a 100-foot high cylinder centered on a point within range, which is aura. All creatures and objects that aren't somehow anchored to the ground in the area fall upward and reach the top of the area when you cast this spell. So, Aura, Creed, Nokros, Nez, Nameless, and Doctor and other characters are all going to need to roll a dex save to try and not fall upwards.
How do you fall upwards?
Because you reverse gravity.
15.
Your DC is 16, so you are not able to grab an object. You begin falling upwards.
Okay, so you said which?
Dex
roll,
save. Dex
Dex save,
save.
okay.
Yes.
Why is the city texting me?
Because probably
24.
telling you the internet got cut.
yeah.
That one.
Ah!
Yep,
Yeah.
they're telling me they're shutting off the internet to the area for in 10 minutes for the next God knows how many hours.
Fun.
Uh,
So,
Lovely.
Nameless, you got 20-something. That's good enough. Or got a 15. Creed, what did you get?
I got a 5. I have a question though.
I may have an answer.
When this happens, is our equilibrium messed with too?
What do you mean?
Like,
Knowing which way is up and down?
Yeah.
I mean, you can visually see which way is up and down.
All right. Okay.
Like, you still have visual sight of what's up and down. You just don't know why you're going upwards.
Yeah. Technically,
Uh-huh.
he hasn't flown,
Mm-hmm.
so that's why I asked. Because I don't know what I have to roll to not throw up.
Con save.
Shit.
So, Okers, what did you get?
Oh.
It's plus the. I only have a +3 on my dex, so dirty 20.
All right. So, Okers, you were able to hold yourself to the ground by just grabbing into the loose stones with your hands. You see Nez is still holding his fists up and is now floating upwards in that same stance. He has not moved.
So the two felines are like dug in with their claws, and the rest of them float up.
Essentially, Creed is seen floating upward. Nez is kind of like slowly floating up behind you, still holding his hands up. Aura is floating off as she's kind of spinning as she was striking the doctor. The doctor had gone to step towards you and is now kind of, I guess, like laying horizontally while kind of floating upwards. And yeah, so that's happening at this
I
time.
just want to say with my one roll that I'm just so high off of the fumes the doc gave me. I'm just like, yeah, you ready to go? Hey, I'm getting up on your height.
I'm
We're
getting up
almost
to
eye to
you,
eye.
son. As you're just like floating.
Whoa, I'm going too high now.
Oh god!
Is it really bad that the song that's playing right now is John Mayer's version of Free Fallin'? I'm not joking either. I will fucking screenshot this.
So, at this point, Aura, the Doctor, Creed, and Nez are all floating upwards. Okros and Nameless, you guys have anchored yourselves in. Okros, do you want to attempt to grab Nez?
Yes.
Okay. Give me a athletics at disadvantage because you're going to be keeping one hand anchored so you don't also float away.
Okey-doke. That would then be a 16 in total. I rolled an 8 and a 16, so the 8 plus my 8 for athletics.
Right. So I'll say that you grab Nez's foot. That's a pretty good roll. So you grab his foot and you hold on to him real tight like.
All right.
And so you're holding on to Nez as Nez is still in fisticuff mode. He still wants to throw hands, but you got him by the foot, and so he's like, ha ha. Oh Jesus!
I just wanted to fucking prove it.
Yeah.
It was playing.
That's pretty good. So for those who are floating upwards, which is now only Creed, the Doctor, and Aura, you guys will reach the top of the cylinder in 3 rounds. Which
Oh no.
making sure I'm reading this right. Casting time is an action. Duration is concentration up to a minute. So if Aura was here, she would have the chance to try and break it herself if she could figure out where the magic's coming from. But you can see that the magic is coming from her, as the fire that is coming from her sword is kind of spiraling around her. And it's kind of like reaching out like tongues. But yeah, so you guys will reach the top of the cylinder in 3 rounds. Basically moving 30 feet every 6 seconds, which is about right. It's technically 10 meters a second squared, but that's essentially you would go from ground to top of the cylinder in a round, and then would be up there for a minute.
And then we fall back down.
Yeah. Which would be 10d6 worth of bludgeoning damage if you fell from 100 feet.
Yay!
How tall are the light poles?
Definitely very glad I grabbed
About
this.
10, 12 feet.
Am I already past one?
I mean, you're still kind of floating up, but you could definitely try and grab one.
I have my rope.
You do have your rope. So give me athletics to try and grab the light post.
So, nat 20.
Yeah, all right. So you... Yeah, I mean, because what's that in total? It's like, what, 25, 26?
26.
Yeah.
26 total.
Yeah. So even with a nat 20, if we weren't counting crits, with a 26, you're able to just like take your rope and just go, shit, and just like throw it around it and kind of pull yourself in.
So with a nat 20, you're now a stripper.
God.
On the fucking
You are
light
now
pole.
attached to the pole for dear life. How are you attaching yourself to the pole? Are you just having the rope like attached to it and like you're holding onto it? Or are you trying to like tie yourself off to it?
I am trying. I am going to. Creed's going to quickly tie a knot. He's gonna loop the rope around the light pole and quickly tie a knot and just hope that he's strong enough to not keep getting pulled up. Also, so if things fall off of me while I'm being lifted up,
Mm-hmm.
does that lift with me or does that just fall down?
So if things fall off of you while you're being lifted, basically anything that is not anchored is also floating upwards. So the wagon, the bench, things that are loose on your person.
There's now a significant amount of vomit going up with it.
Very good.
Because you had me. Yeah, that con save was a 5.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
yeah,
So
no, there's
just a globule of vomit going upwards of the cylinder, as well as like loose change, small rocks, loose cobblestones, the wagon, the bench. You know.
See, if you'd thrown the bench, it would have been picked up. Just saying.
So yeah, Aura is still floating. Creed, you're attached. Inej, you're being held onto by Okros. Okros, you are hunkered down, and Nameless, you are hunkered down. As you see the doctor continues to float upwards. All right, so that's Aura's turn, which brings us to Nameless.
Okay, so I only have one shot left. So I'm gonna switch to my hunting rifle.
Mm-hmm.
And is it time for Hail of Thorns already? Because the other thing I was gonna do, I can't do now.
It's whatever
yeah,
you
I
think
guess
is
I'll
best.
cast Hail of Thorns at level 3.
All right, spell die. And then
Between 2 and 18, you said?
2 and 18.
Or 2 and 19?
Yep. This boss battle's gotten weird. I'm kind of here for it.
17.
Oh, yeah, you're good.
Okay, then I'm gonna fire at the doctor. Since he's floating, do I get advantage on that? And I'm also... Am I still hidden? I was hidden.
You are hidden still. You're still in your spot. You have just kind of like held yourself down in. You won't be getting advantage because you're trying to hold yourself to the roof while also firing at the doctor. You got a lot of hands doing a lot of things all at once. So you would just get your regular hit on this.
Okay. Are you fucking kidding me? I fucking hate these guys. I mean, it's still an 18, but I still fucking hate it.
I mean, that's a hit. So, I mean, you got that going for you.
No, like, it hit it landed on a 6. Literally 14, 20, and 17 were all around it. I'm like, come on.
Come on.
And it just kind of slid and didn't roll. It was stupid. I'm rolling for the damage from the hit. Just FYI. Okay, I got max damage, 26.
Nice. Very good.
Yeah, that's kind of cool. And then the Helathons. Is a 10. So
Nice.
36 total from that
All
one.
right.
And then we do it again.
Like I said, this boss
Oh,
fight has
it
gotten really weird.
fucking did it again.
Oh, it did
It
again?
fucking did. I was on a nat 20 and then
Ooh.
just to an 8.
Oh,
20
no.
in total still, but fuck.
So close.
Alright, but 20 in total is still a hit, yeah.
Yes.
Since 18 was, I'm guessing that
Yes.
is too. Uh, 22 damage on that. And then again with the Hail of Thorns. 18.
Okay.
So
You've done a pretty
What,
significant amount of damage
36?
into him. He's definitely not looking too hot. As you hit him, he's now kind of lazily spinning from the momentum of the shots as he's trying to kind of like swing his arms to stop his rolling, to really no avail.
And I guess bonus. Well, no, I already used my bonus action to cast Hail of Thorns, so never mind.
All right.
Yeah, I'm done.
All right. I need you to roll an opposing stealth there, Nameless.
Oh wait, hold on.
Use a dread for that.
Sorry, hold on a second. So since I'm, am I still hiding, or no?
So you're still hidden, but you wouldn't have had the time to really like dig yourself in. You're mostly just hiding underneath your cloak. So you'd get
Okay,
your
so it's not gonna
regular
give me any
stealth roll
kind of.
against it. Yeah.
Okay, then it was a 12.
All right. So you hear a voice from behind you, not in your head, but an audio voice simply go, "Found you. Now listen close. I need you to shoot your friends." Give me a wisdom save, please.
God, you're making me read fucking everything.
Usually how it goes.
Yeah, I got nothing on that. So wisdom save, you said?
Wisdom save, yes. Have to beat a 27.
Yeah. No, the fucking nat 1. So I got a 2.
Beautiful.
Fucking Christ.
You are now under the effect of dominate person.
I mean, never mind. I'm gonna bite my tongue.
And as he whispers that into your ear, you all see the Piper standing behind Nameless. As his blur begins to give way, as you see Nameless's eyes kind of begin to twinkle, and he goes, I'm going to need you to shoot your friends for me. As now Nameless is underneath the effects of dominate person. He goes, it seems you're all holding on well over there. Maybe if you had gotten yourself some better equipment to have you stay stuck to certain things, it makes you all rather easy targets. As that was his actions. Let me see if he has to. And he'll give Nameless, he'll give you a 1d12 bardic inspiration to shoot your friends.
Which means what?
Which basically means when you go to roll to do something, if you feel like you're not going to succeed, whether it's a save, whether it's an attack, any kind of roll you're making, if you feel like you're not going to pass it, you can roll a d12 and add that to your total.
He's making you better at
Oh.
killing us.
Got it.
Yup.
And so that's his turn, which passes now to Nez. As Nez, you still really, really, really want to fight the doctor. But you see that he's floating away, and you're being held on to the ground by Okros, who's holding your foot. What do you do about it?
I'm just trying to think like how much this is like actually controlling my brain for the wanting to still go punch him.
Oh, you really...
Is it basically
really
like a
wanna punch
taunt,
him.
like to where I
Yeah.
want to go?
You are aggroed to him. You really, really want to go punch that guy.
I don't have anything
You think
from
he's
what I was
floating
looking
away.
at that would get me out of it.
I mean, Okros is just holding your foot. You could just like try to kick yourself free.
Oh, I'm saying like out of the
out of the drug. Yeah, that's yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, but you really want to punch that doctor. You think he's running away. That's why he's floating up. You think that he's a coward.
For my character, I can't really. Would I be able to take my rope out and try and lasso him and pull him down so he can't get away?
You can definitely try.
I want to do that.
All right, give me athletics to try and rope him down. Use them arms of yours.
And then also, like, I know I can't punch with this at all, but I want to say helping hands, and like I want all four arms of the backpack to come out, just like acting like they're ready to punch.
It's just like a bunch of mechadendrites ready to rumble.
Yep.
They're tying your lasso for you, and they're heading it to you, and they're like, yeah, yeah, yeah.
Get him!
Get him! Like the fucking
Come on,
Doc,
man, get him!
the Doc Ock
That'll
tentacles
be
are
a-
like whispering to you, like, get him, yeah, get him.
That'll be a
Equally.
21.
All right,
Take
so you are more than capable of lassoing the doctor with your intelligence and everything else. You throw it and you grab onto his leg and you pull it tight as you feel the rope go taut as you're holding onto it. And he sees the rope attached to his leg and he looks down and he folds himself over as he kind of rights himself from being shot at by Nameless and grabs the rope and starts to pull himself down. As Nez, as you're connected to Okros and Okros connected to the ground, Okros, as that's Nez's action to essentially lasso the doctor as he's putting all of his effort to try and bring him back so he can fight him. You are now under significant more strain, as now you are holding on to Nez with one hand, the ground with the other, and now he is pulling in the large doctor. So now the issue becomes, are you strong enough to hold on to the ground? Let's find out.
Or do you let go of Nez?
Yeah.
How much do you really like your friend? Is the real question.
And I would like to hold my bonus action
Very good.
for the to see how this plays out.
Good. Yeah, so this is where we're at currently is Okros. Do you want to try and hold on? Or do you want to let go of Nez?
I guess. Is there? What am I right beside?
A
I'm not
wagon
really
that's
right
floating
beside
up.
anything.
You got about 7-ish feet between you and the light pole that Creed is attached to.
I guess I'm probably gonna have to let go of Nez. I don't think I can really grab onto anything, so
You do see Creed is attached to the light pole. So you could potentially throw Nez to him since he's attached to something.
oh yeah, true. I guess he doesn't have any gravity right now, so
We gonna play some hot Nez?
Yeah. Play some hot potato with the
Oh,
artificer.
God. Please, please don't call it that. Oh,
Play some hot Nez. Ugh.
I mean, yeah, sure. I'll try throwing him to Creed, who's secured.
Roll
So he
athletics to
doesn't just-
throw the Nez. Throw the artificer as you wanted from the beginning.
And well, that's a 20. I have a +8 on that, right? Yes, so that's a 22.
Yeah, so relatively easily, you just kind of wide arm throw Nez towards Creed and his light post. As Creed, you kind of see this all happening. You've secured yourself to the rope, so you got about 4 or 5 feet of rope between you and the light post. And you see Nez kind of just like flying at you as you kind of catch him. As Nez, you now secure yourself to the light post. So now Uh-huh.
I have a question.
Uh-huh.
What is the lion folk's strength?
What was it, 18? 18
Yeah.
currently? Yeah,
I have a 14.
you'll be fine.
If he can't hold on to it, if he can't hold on to
It's
these two
not that I
idiots,
couldn't hold on to them. It's that I couldn't keep myself anchored without anything to hold on to while
Alright.
holding on to them.
as I now have
he's-
this
he's
horrific
passing
thought
you
of
to
me
Nez. Oh, so that
being
he-
added to the chain of being pulled up, and all I have is my rope, and I'm just tied here.
well, at least now Nez is close to a light post.
I guess the situation is significantly brighter now.
Mm-hmm.
As you can see that Nez is connected to the doctor.
I
who
see
is
what you did
pulling
there.
down.
See, that's how you do puns.
No, that's how you
Get a
do
little
it.
bit of build-up.
All right, Okros. Also, use your
It
bonus
was still
action
bad.
to throw Nez, because it was more of just a panic throw as you saw what he was doing previously. So you still have your regular action and your movement. What would you like to do?
Well, I have a feeling the world stone isn't really affected by the anti-gravity thing, so I'm going to try to move to like kind of wedge myself between it and the ground partially, and then throw one of my hatchets at the doctor.
All right. Roll to hit the doctor with your hatchet.
That's a dirty 20 to hit.
That is a solid hit of the hatchet into the doctor. Roll damage.
That is a plus the 3 rage damage, a 12 damage in total.
Very good. So the doctor is definitely not looking super great between everything that has happened to him previously, and he is being held by a rope connected to an artificer who's connected to a light post that is also connected to a paladin. So it's all going Millhouse, honestly. It's all going great. Which then brings us to Creed. As Creed, you have established Nez on the light post so that he essentially has himself somewhat anchored with his feet and his helping hands as he is holding this rope taut that is connected to the plague doctor that is slowly hand over handing his way toward Nez.
I don't even know where to start with this. I really have no. Well, okay, do I get to choose how I'm tied, like how I have the rope wrapped around me?
You can choose how you have the rope tied. The way I was imagining is that you had it simply tied around your waist multiple times and tied close.
Okay,
and then
cool.
tied
Yes,
to the post.
cool.
Basically, you
So-
would do what like a sailor would do, as you've been trained to basically like lifeline yourself, essentially.
Cool. See, that's what I was hoping, and I was hoping this wasn't. I did what I could, and it was like I was just like wrapped around my wrist, because I can't think of anything more horrifying than that guy slowly inching his way towards me, and I can't do anything about it. So, I
Before you choose your action, I need you to roll me one thing. I need you to roll me wisdom. A wisdom check, to be specific. Because I need to see if Creed thinks of something during his time of uh-ohs.
that's a 22.
During your time of uh-ohs, you realize that if this magic, this anti-gravity, weird shenanigans is coming from anybody, it's probably coming from the druid. And as you've dealt with runaway magic before, when it's coming from a caster, is that usually if you deal damage to them, you can shake them out of holding a spell. And if she is inadvertently holding this one, maybe you can try and shake her out of it by giving her percussive maintenance.
Yeah. Hmm. Hmm. Oops, that I did not wanted to measure it. Sorry.
Moved her all over the place.
Yeah. So. All right. I feel like that wouldn't work. Whatever I
But,
do, I
yeah.
can't really do. So. Wait a minute. I'm just going to yell. Actually.
Don't you have like guiding bolt?
Yeah, I can. I'm also abundantly aware that that thing has a little bit of splash damage.
Lucifer was holding his attack with Force Ballista.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to, you're still all technically telepathically linked. So if you want to spread information instantaneously, Creed, you can.
Oh, I'm entirely shit talking this idiot the entire time. Like, you daft idiot! Stop! 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 God! How can you be so stupid? Wait. If he cuts the rope, the man gets closer. If he cuts the rope, the man gets closer. If he cuts the rope, and let's go, the man gets closer. And yeah, I'm just gonna keep yelling at the wonderful artificer who's just trying to fist fight this idiot. I can't throw anything at Aura. Knowing my luck, I'm going to roll max damage and murder Aura, because the whole point of me going towards her was to try to help her. I'm pretty sure killing her is the opposite of my job here.
I mean, you do
Like,
have random objects that are floating around you upwards at the same speed.
That's like if I'm a paramedic and I hear a report that there's an accident victim. If it's like, oh, he's fine, and instead I hit him with the ambulance. Like, it's kind of the exact opposite.
I mean, however you want to tackle the situation's up to you, but it's everyone is still floating upward and kind of impaired because of it.
Approximately how close is Nez to my feet, hypothetically speaking?
So your midline, your waist essentially is 5 feet from the top of the pole. So his shoulders are probably at where your hooves are.
Can I kick him in the head?
I mean, you can. I don't know what this solves, but sure.
Gonna try and jar him out of it.
Fair enough.
Does a dirty 20 hit?
Yeah, you mule kick Nez in the back of the head, for like, I think it's like a D4 of damage because it's an unarmed. No, that's for a monk. You do 1 damage to Nez because it's an unarmed strike from someone who's not proficient in it.
I actually do 3.
Oh, you do 3? Oh, very good.
So yeah, those are all directed at his head.
Ah, very good. So Nez, you just get cold hooved in the back of the head. Roll me wisdom with advantage, please.
Just wisdom, not wisdom save?
A wisdom save with advantage, I'm sorry.
Okay, I had to ask. First one's 17. Yeah, we're going with the 17.
All right. So with the 17, you begin to kind of feel the battle frenzy wear off as the pain in the back of your head kind of shakes you out for a second. As you kind of turn and you see a floating Creed behind you, and realize as you see the rope in your hands, look up the rope and you see the plague doctor slowly handing towards you.
Let's go of the top rope.
I was to say, am I able to let go of that rope now?
Yes, you let go of it as your senses kind of come back to you in a flash, as you no longer feel the need to fisticuff fight the doctor. And you let go as the rope goes slack, and he just kind of starts slowly spinning as he continues to float upward. And you're now holding on to the light post as you come back to full understanding of what is happening. And so you're now holding on to it like, oh no.
Oh, like all 4 arms.
Yes.
Like,
Every grabber you have in your arsenal, including your own hands, just like, ah!
and then would that be my bonus, or like do I have that now to use?
You have your bonus to use, yes.
I want to aim the Force Ballista at the doctor
All right.
from Lucifer.
All right. Roll the send it.
That would be a 22 to hit.
All right.
And that's 3d8. Uh, 8 damage.
All right. So you do damage to him as the Force Ballista hits him, and we'll see if she evades. She does not, as she's having the bad times. So you see the doctor slam into Aura, as we'll see if her concentration breaks. So it doesn't break naturally, but for the sake of rolling, she failed her wisdom save. So she doesn't realize where the magic's coming from, as she's now just kind of freaking out as they're both now just spinning, and they have gone this direction.
I mean, that kind of checks.
Yeah. So, Creed, anything else you want to do?
I don't know. I already kicked someone in the head. I think that's sufficient.
All right. So we'll go to the doctor, who is gonna try and recover. Doesn't. He's just still slowly spinning while trying to grab at Aura, but now they're both just kind of spinning and look like idiots as they're floating upwards. As she's still like trying to swing with the flame sword she has, he's trying to grab her, and they're both just kind of in a pile. It's not great. So that's him because he can't do anything. He's still floating upwards. Aura. Let's see what she does. She passes her wisdom save to realize that she's in control of the magic. Or at least she's figured out where the source is. Unfortunately, she realized she's in control of the magic, and she's about 40 feet up. So for the sake of betterment, I'm going to say that she finds the magic, she destroys the concentration of it, and then is also able to wild shape into something with wings in her bonus action so that she doesn't fall and splat, which is kind of good to have. So we'll say she lands there. The doctor comes barreling out of the sky onto the ground, and just slams into the ground and takes 4 d6 of damage from the fall. Takes 9. Is it percentage? D6. So he takes 9 bludgeoning from the fall. The reverse gravity cylinder is no longer in play, as you no longer feel the pull on you in all directions, including upward. And that's Aura's turn. Which brings us to Nameless. Nameless, under the orders of what is in your head, basically telling you to do something, the Piper tells you to shoot Creed with your last alligator round. He says, look what he's done. He's stolen everything from you. He's brought you into a war you never wanted. You found your brother. You could be happy. He's the one keeping you here. Kill him. Be free.
Yeah, I was just reading the spell. I mean, I don't think there's anything I can do.
End of your turn. Let me double check because I can't
Yeah,
remember.
you should be able to
if
do a
it's-
wisdom saving throw at the end of the turn.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it is. Let me pull it so I remember. Use your action to precise control of the target. Each time the target takes damage, it makes a new wisdom saving throw. If the save succeeds, the spell ends. So the only way... so the only way for it to be broken is that Nameless has to take damage.
Oh.
Mm-hmm. So this spell breaks concentration, though, right?
Doesn't break your concentration, no. So if Hail of Thorns is still active.
Oh, yeah, I gotta roll for my concentration since Creed kicked me in the back of the head.
Yes.
So confused. Okay. I mean, I don't really have anything I can do.
Shoot me.
Kinda gonna have to.
Yeah, I more than likely lost with a 9.
Yes, your concentration ends on your elemental weapon.
It's a dirty 20.
Oh.
Creed, what's your AC?
24.
Nameless, use your Bardic. Roll a d12 and add it to that result, please.
Roll a 1. I mean, what?
Yeah, no.
What was the number?
32?
Did you roll a 2?
Oh, you rolled the max.
Oh, you rolled
the
a
I
max.
rolled
He
a
rolled
12.
max.
All right. Yeah. 32
Yeah, it was a
hit.
32.
Yes.
Oh, no.
So roll damage.
Wait, can he tell me to do that? Since he's already told me to shoot Creed?
You're basically underneath his complete command. You are essentially the Piper's ally until the spell is broken. And so whatever his action he gives you, you want to have the best outcome for it. Because in your mind, you believe it's the best outcome. This is why bards as villains.
Oh, so it's
are
not
terrifying.
limited to one.
No, he's essentially has full control. Basically,
It's
the numbers,
kinda
Mason.
bullshit.
Tell me the numbers.
You're a
kind
puppet.
of bullshit. The 37.
All right, and then your
37
Halo of Thorns
damage?
procs. Yep.
Yeah. $17 to the Hail of Thorns.
All right, so Creed, you take 54, and Nez, you take 17.
Um, all right.
He goes, good. Shoot him again. With the other one, I know you're out of ammunition for the big one. So, Nameless, at this point, because you fired at Creed, and in your mind they are enemies, Hordebreaker would pop, and you would in turn shoot at Nez with your hunting rifle before firing again at Creed with your hunting rifle.
We're back on the ground, right?
That's you're essentially hanging from the light post.
Well, I have some good news for you, actually, Mr. Nez.
Uh-oh.
It's actually good news for you.
Is it actually?
Yes, it's actually good news. So, if at any point here we are allowed to try to avoid them, you get a +2 to all saving throws. Right now, we're just being
Okay.
shot, but if we have the option to try to avoid them, get a +2.
Yeah, there's literally nothing I can do. Like, I was fucking reading every goddamn thing.
I'm
So-
aware. This is why the Blight Piper is a really dangerous villain, because he has spells.
Well, yeah, the only one that can fucking break this shit is the fucking druid who had to leave. So, kind of sucks.
Even she'd have to either
19.
dispel it or someone would have
And-
to hit you.
Yeah, but
I'm
you say I
using
can
a
beat a
re-
27.
I mean, you can roll a nat 20. That's going to be the only way to really break it.
That's the only thing I would be able to do, yeah. 19.
So I'm going to use my reaction of shield, so my AC is 20.
All right. So
Well, this one was for
no,
Creed.
To hit me.
because your
No, it has to be
Hordebreaker
for Creed.
procs.
The Hordebreaker will only pop after I attack with that weapon, because once I make a weapon with or attack with that weapon, you can make another attack with the
Okay,
same
so
weapon
it's
against a
based
different
on
creature.
weapon. Okay, yeah. So your second shot would be
Yeah.
Oh,
so
so
I mean,
then-
I can do this. Hold on, I can hit Nez first, and then it's just an empty alligator rifle.
I'd
Alright,
much
yeah.
rather you shoot me personally.
So yeah, so your hunting rifle shot would go into Creed and would plink off his armor because you don't beat his AC. And
So then I don't have to use my reaction.
yeah, you don't have to use your action. You can restore it. Yeah.
Well, I mean, what is Hordebreaker popping on the hunting rifle, or is it popping
No,
on
I
the
guess-
alligator rifle?
Well, you only have the one shot for the alligator rifle, so I guess it would pop, but it wouldn't be able to be done because of the fact that you don't have any more rounds. But when you fire at Creed again with the hunting rifle, I guess it would pop then because you do have the additional.
Right, because it's just once on each of your turn, so it doesn't specify it has to be on the first attack or anything like that.
Yeah, so now you'd roll your attack against Nez.
Okay. Oh, wait, I rolled the wrong thing. Don't pay attention to this.
No, I'm paying attention. I'm seeing it.
Yeah, we can just add 2 to it. Just add 2 to this. So, 19?
So then again,
You
I guess
use
I'm
your
just going to reuse my action.
Reuse your reaction and make it so your AC is 20 and you don't get plinked. So both shots go wide due to their ACs, or just they seem to just not land with enough force. Piper goes, Unfortunate. You'll have other opportunities. Now, quickly,
Shut up,
Nameless,
bitch.
move down the rooftop away from your friends. We don't want them getting too close. And so he'd want you to move your...
Just move me.
Well, you want me to do it? All right.
Yeah.
And so that would be yours. The Piper spends his action to take control of you, which he did. His bonus actions. He'll give you another Bardic to use.
I don't want it. I give it back.
That's not how that works. Not how it works. And what he'll do then is he will puff into a cloud of mist over to the other rooftop. And that's going to be his turn, which brings us to Nez. Nez, what you currently see is that you are on the ground again from the light post. You see Creed has untied himself and is now on the ground as well. You see Okros is still hanging on to the world stone, but is no longer floating away. You see Aura standing over by the tree, but seems very tired. Then, of course, the doctor has landed on the ground and is still trying to pull himself back up. And you just saw your ally, Nameless, take pot shots at you and Creed, actually wounding Creed with the alligator rifle. What do?
All right. What's my movement? 30. God, this character's so slow.
That's average. That's normal.
I know.
They're
I'm
so
just so
slow.
used to my
It's like,
55 monk.
They're so slow. That's normal. They're so slow.
I want to move on this side of the world stone to have coverage from Nameless.
All right.
And then he's only that. So let's see. You said is he technically prone?
He's like taking a knee, essentially. If you want to put it in
Okay.
specifics.
I was just trying to figure out if I had advantage or not, just because of the weapon I was going to use, but I'll just do this instead.
I'll give you advantage because he is recovering from falling from a great height, so he's not fully back up to his defensive stature.
And how I was just going to take that is because of the range is supposed to be 40 feet with my dread.
Uh-huh.
So that would put me at a disadvantage, so that'll just even it out to a regular roll then.
Oh no, shooting past 40 feet, disadvantage. Past 40.
Past 40?
Yes, past 40.
Because it says 40 to 120.
Yeah, so past
Like I see
40
on it.
is disadvantage, and then 120 is your max range. So like if you want to reach out and hit someone at disadvantage, it'd be 120 feet.
Right.
But anything past that is
then
impossible.
I'm good with this then. Because I'm still in range. So yeah, I'm just gonna then I'll roll with advantage then.
Alrighty.
And that will be a 27 to hit.
27 to hit. That's a hit.
The doctor, so then it's 2d8 and 2d6. +5 is 22.
17 plus 5 is 22. That is also a hit.
And then Lucifer is going to use his Force Ballista
Very good.
for a 16.
That is not a hit.
And that'll be my turn.
Did you roll damage?
You said not a hit, right? I thought.
For the Force Ballista,
Lucifer?
but for your 2 shots, or your, oh no, for your shot, was it?
Yeah,
Was the 17 your damage? Or the,
The 22 was my damage.
Okay, alright. I keep forgetting you only have the 1 shot. It's so weird.
It's all good.
Fucking weird. Alright, yeah, so you can never see the doctor's not looking super great between the hatchet stuck in his back, the multiple shots he's taken, the holes that he's covered in from the hail of thorns, and now the additional shots you put into him. He's definitely, well, not bleeding, which is odd, but he's definitely looking worse for wear. Which brings us to Okros. With gravity restored, Okros, you find yourself back on level ground. And you see that the doctor is still recovering from his great fall.
Well, then. And I did damage last turn, so I'm still raging, right?
Yes.
Alright, well. I'm gonna run over and beat them all down, I guess, because fuck that douchebag.
Fuck this guy, I'm out, I'm done with him. I'm out, I'm done
He
with him.
goes down.
Sad.
And he's prone, so I get advantage on my attacks?
He's not prone, but I will give you advantage because he's recovering. Like, he's not flat on the ground, but he's kind of getting himself up.
Okay. Then for my first swing, the first hit is, well, the first attack is a 25 to hit.
That is a hit.
And I'll roll the second hit before I roll damage, I guess. I'm at 20. Fuck yeah.
Jesus. All right.
Okay, so first attack is, that's a 1, that's a 2. Okay, well, that's not good damage. So the 2d6 damage for that is total 3 plus 3 rage damage and 4 blood, so 10 damage.
Okay.
And then the nat 20, I just freaking roll and it doubles, right?
Yeah, roll your damage in doubles.
Okay, then that is a 4 and a 6. That's considerably better. So 10, 13, 17, and then times 2.
34.
34.
So, with this strike, you seem to really put him down to his brass tacks. You just bring your strikes up and over the top of his head and just smash him into the dirt. You see that he isn't moving as much. As you can see that his body is just battered, bruised, and breaking underneath the force that he's been put under. He's still up and going, but you can definitely tell that you've been putting a lot of hurt behind him, so to speak. So he's definitely getting close to being on his last legs, but he's not there quite yet.
Okay. And just to make sure, he does not count as a construct or anything, right?
No, he does not count as a
Okay.
construct.
Good, good. Oh shit! Right. I also am supposed to roll 1 additional weapon damage die when determining the extra damage for a critical hit.
Ah, yes. Roll that extra die.
Right back.
Yep. So that's a 2. So that'd be a total of about 4 more damage, I guess. Then.
Yeah. It's damage. It's in there.
Yeet.
Anything else you would like to do?
Let's see. Grappling is a full action, right?
Yes.
Okay, never mind then. I don't think there's anything I can do, so yeah, I guess that's my turn.
All right. Which brings us to Creed once he returns.
Hey.
Which is important because the next turn is the doctor. So I want to make sure I give him his due diligence.
Yeah.
So this fight has not gone at all the way I thought it was going to. Between
fair.
the wild magic procs. They're making things weird, but I'm here for it. Nothing says a memorable boss fight like all of a sudden not being able to deal with gravity.
Yeah. Suddenly everything was topsy-turvy.
Literally. Everything was all over the place and nowhere all at the same time.
Getting all hyped on some fumes. Wanted to rumble.
I wanted to throw hands, and I didn't get to throw hands. You know, the usual stuff. You know, normal.
Yeah. You know, just a little bit of Panzer Chocolate infused gas.
Hey, Rage, I just had a great idea, by the way.
Oh,
Yeah. You shouldn't play as a barbarian, but play as Wayne from Letterkenny.
Jesus.
That'd be good.
Maxed out strength, maxed out constitution.
Nothing else.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Sorry.
You'll have a rival named Shorzy. It'll be great. Be your nemesis for the whole campaign.
Shorzy has a 20 in charisma.
You bet your ass. Just be Blight Piper 2.0. Just be Shorzy.
Oh no.
All right, Creed, it is your go, my sir. You can see that Okros has knocked the doctor down back into the ground to keep him from getting up and has dealt a pretty good blow to him. And you can definitely tell that he's getting close to being on his last legs.
Can Creed see the Piper?
Yes, you can see that he is on the roof.
All right. He's going to move forward 10 feet and call him out.
What do you say?
So technically, he's going to be casting Compelled Duel and
Okay.
screaming, "Come down here, you fucking coward! Hiding from the shadows! The goal!" That is a wisdom save of 14.
Wisdom save of 14. Oh, interesting. All right, let's see what happens. All right. Against his better judgment, he turns to you from the rooftop and goes, "You're right. I do tend to fight from the shadows, as that's where I work best. But for you, Creed, for you specifically, I will humor your advances. Fine. You wish to fight me with your honor? Then let's." And so he just drops down from the roof and just motions you towards the street.
Oh. I wish I could still attack him. I didn't think that was gonna work, to be honest.
You have his attention.
Yeah, I know. I wasn't. I didn't think I was gonna get this far.
All right. Anything else you would like to do?
God, I wish I could attack him. This is. I'm not gonna lie. I don't know what to do right now.
Let's just, if you take a level of exhaustion, I will let you have another action.
Oh, I will happily take that.
Because with exhaustion, I believe your first level makes it so that you have disadvantage on ability checks.
Oh, see, that's great because I don't have to do that.
All right. Well, yeah. Take a level of exhaustion, and you'll gain another action.
Where do I do that?
Under conditions on your character sheet, it's at the bottom.
It's the bottom. I do not see conditions.
No,
Conditions are
the
at the top,
conditions are
No.
at the
and
top,
you-
but you click
active.
on it, the
Yeah,
menu.
Yeah, okay, I see it.
Yeah,
Sorry.
yeah.
I wasn't clear enough.
Exhaustion. There, level. Yeah, so as soon as he's dropping down, I assume it's like something very arrogant.
Very acrobatic, flippy,
Yeah.
dexterous. Yes.
Creed is going to ask him a question and then attack.
Okay.
Have you ever experienced what you do to your victims?
But of course I have. Why do you think I do it? As he pulls a blade out from its sheath on his hip, the blade itself seems to have almost a black metal coming off of it and seems to absorb the light around it. As he kind of waves his hand in front of his face, and you see it turns to that same kind of flat gray face that Nez has, but with less shape to it. As you can see that when it kind of starts to take a humanoid form, you can see that it is just covered in scars, and you see that there are brands on either side of his cheeks. He goes, I spent years learning how to morph away these brands. I know the pain it is to suffer, and I know what it means to enjoy chaos. I know what I'm doing. Do you?
Of course. And might I say, you're the first creature I've come across that will give me immense pleasure in killing. And Creed is going to cast the final charge on the Crucible of Sin. Fear.
Very good. Yes. So, you go to cast that, as you haven't cast it since the blade was shaped by Father Graydon when you found him in the castle in, I think it was like session 1. The blade itself has changed color and shape before, and now reads something different from what it used to. You feel hatred for the Piper, and you force your energies into it to utilize that last charge, and you expect it to be what it has been before, an aura of fear that makes you an indomitable force among those that are considered sinners. But for this, it doesn't seem to do that. It seems to do something extravagant instead. When you activate it, you don't see that aura of fear exude out from you. You simply hear the word in your head, penance, as the blade glows white hot and you charge the Piper.
I don't know what to do. I'm not gonna lie.
Well, it wants you to strike him. It wants you to do something to this monument of sin that stands in front of you.
All right. I'm a stab a motherfucker then.
All right. Roll the hit, please. You'll be rolling with advantage because of the blade.
Anything's better than that. Anything's better than an 8. That's an 18.
That is a hit.
All right. So that hang on. All right. So that is going to be just to, I guess, fit with your theme there, Monsieur.
Mm-hmm.
That's going to be 9 damage plus 6 points of divine smite.
All right. So, you deal this damage to him. And when you do on your first strike, you see him take the hit and kind of reel back as he tries to parry it, the blade still coming down and cutting him across the shoulder. As you see the wound begin to burn, this almost faint white fire, and it just kind of sizzles outward. You hear him kind of cry out. He's just, "Ugh! What have you done to that blade? I see we're not playing quite fair, but I expect as much from someone not from here. What are you going to do, Creed, when you go to strike me again? Going to kill me? You think that will end the suffering?"
I may not be able to end all suffering, but I can end what you've caused.
Then strike me, Creed. Strike me like your heart compels you. Become the monster that you were always trained to be. Pray to your gods for forgiveness for what you have to become to hold up your end of their bargain. Strike me.
But I can't.
Don't you get 2 attacks?
Yeah, you're right. Yes, I do. Yeah, no, that's an 11.
You still have advantage.
I do? Sweet. Well, may I ask to do something different?
Sure.
I want to do what I asked you about earlier.
All right.
Creed's going to attempt to take the Piper to the ground and wrap his hands around the man's neck.
Oh, we're getting kinky now.
What do I need to roll?
Opposing athletics. So you will need, well, just to roll me athletics.
It's a 13.
He beats you with a 15. So you go to push him back with your sword to try and give yourself an opening, and he just parries you back and then still stands at you and goes, No, Mr. Creed, that's too close. I asked you to strike me, not to cheat your way out of the duel."
I'm not gonna lie, that's very upsetting, actually.
He goes, let's make this a little bit more interesting, Mr. Creed. You seem rather content in what you're doing here. Let's put us on the big stage, shall we? As he's holding his one blade, he snaps his fingers, and you see a door open up underneath the two of you as you both fall through it. And you both disappear from the street that you were standing on.
Well, 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 if it isn't the consequences of my actions.
As you disappear, we go to the doctor, who is now on his own 2 feet, staring Okros down, as it seems that a fight needs to be had. His body kind of still shaken. He seems to be trying to get his body back in alignment as he throws a left hook at Okros and lands with a 26. Gets you across the chin for 10 bludgeoning. And he goes to...
Is that after being reduced? Or
no, it's before.
Oh, okay, so 5.
And you see him kind of pull his right arm back to charge the arm with the syringe on it. As he goes to thrust it into your abdomen again, much like he did before, you stop it. As he just thought he could get you with the same trick twice. As you now have hold of his wrist and the syringe injector itself. As he just looks down at you as you two struggle in a battle of attrition as his turn ends. Which brings us to Aura. Which, nameless for context, the charm on you will end as the Piper has disappeared. His concentration is broken. So you are no longer charmed. You do suffer a level of exhaustion.
Why did I suffer a level of exhaustion?
Because the spell got ended abruptly. You basically were being directed, and then all of a sudden, just it ends, and your body goes completely lax.
Okay.
All right, Miss Aura, let's see what she can do since she's not here at the moment. Because I was going to have her roll this spell magic on her turn, but because someone compelled a duel to be had, that was no longer needed.
Look, some guys just need to be stabbed or killed. All right.
I mean, that's fair. So, let's see. What can she do? She could stab him real good. She already has Flame Blade out. Yeah, we'll push Aura to her limits on this. She's actually going to do something rather interesting. Because she is so close to the doctor, she is going to maneuver around behind Okros while they're in their fight of attrition. And Okros, you're going to see her kind of reach her hand back as you see a bright light begin to exit from the palm of her hand. And so I'm going to quickly roll her spell die. Oh, wonderful. So, what happens is this. I'm going to quickly roll my percentage. Of course that one's not on. It's on my other page, because of course it is. Oh, that's Huh. All right. Cool. She gains another turn. Anyway, don't ask me. So she goes to cast this light from her palm as she's behind you, Okros, and over your shoulder, you see her just fire out this beam of sunlight, like a death laser from her hand, that immediately strikes the doctor right in the face, as he has to make a con save. And that would be... So he... What's it? Passing... Alright, cool. Oh, he has disadvantage. Okay. Alright, well, it'll still be the same. Okay, cool. So, she fires this beam at him. And he looks at her as he does it, and you just see this beam of radiant light just slam into his mask and just burn it off of his skull. As you see the light just burn into the sockets, and the mask ripped off and disintegrated into mist, as he winds up taking how much damage? Oh, he takes 64 radiant as she just shoots him in the face with Sunbeam. And just evaporates the mask and flesh that was on his face, leaving behind a charred skull almost that was behind the mask all along. It looks to be just grotesque. An amalgamation of different parts that have been forced together that don't fit quite well and don't mesh like they're supposed to. It is now blinded as she gains another turn. That was all I had at Thavers. I don't know what else she's going to do. Let's see. Wait a second. She can just make more okay, that's cool. So she hits him again with another ray. Because Sunbeam is a concentration spell. So as it's going for up to a minute, she can just make additional lines of radiant damage in multiple directions until the spell ends on her turn.
Disco ball of death.
Yeah, basically. Also, she's a light source. So, good for her. So we'll roll damage. Oh, low damage on that one. And we'll roll his save. So he says he takes half, so he only takes 14 from it as she just fires a second one into his face, knocking him back a little bit more. And you can see that he is severely weakened. And that you feel like you have the upper hand and that he's on his last legs finally. After all this time, you may have revenge on the monster that tried to take your life. Which brings us to Nameless. Nameless, with your mind now clear, your body exhausted, but still now yours for control. You see that Crane and the Piper are gone. You see that the doctor has had his face sunbeamed to nothingness, as him and Okros are still in a battle of attrition, as Okros has his hands around the syringe injector on his arm, trying to keep the needle from entering his body like it once did. What do you do?
So the ability scores or ability rolls are just the ones at the top, right? It's not the actual skills. It's not like acrobatics, but it would be like dexterity. Right?
Yeah, it's your dexterity check, constitution check,
Got
stuff
it.
like that.
I mean, I guess I got clear line of sight on the doctor, don't I?
Yes, you do.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just gonna send 2 of them into the doctor.
All right, roll the hit.
Yeah, I'm using a fucking fate vest on that one. Oh, it wasn't. Okay. I get lag. It looked like it stopped at that one, so that's a 31.
Yep, that's a hit.
I'm just gonna roll the second hit now. And then a 26 for the second hit.
That is a hit. Yep.
Okay. First stablage. Wow. 8. That's fucking cool. So yeah, 8 on the first damage. $22 on the second. And then I need 2 things of Hail of Thorns.
Yes.
$28 on the first. And 8 on the second, so 66 in total.
Yep. So, with those shots, you fire out 2 shots that go past Okros into the doctor. That at first almost causes Okros to flinch until he sees the rounds hit center mass of the doctor that he is currently in attrition with. The rounds land and rip holes from shoulder to torso in it, just throwing these chunks of what look to be embalmed flesh across the cobblestones, finally breaking through whatever kind of reinforcement his body was made with. The thorns that erupt from the holes spraying outward just cut even more of this preserved, petrified tissue that just showers himself and Okros with just this ichor. And Okros, you begin to feel his strength weaken as you can see that he has begun to lose his own foothold. And so now I ask you, dear barbarian, as you are holding the syringe injector in your hands, you can see him becoming weaker. What do you do?
His syringe is getting jammed up his jaw.
So are you just gonna like rip it off and just like shove it back up in his mouth?
Pretty much.
All right. So with a swift twist and pull, putting all of your force behind it, you remove one of your hands to its elbow, pulling it off completely out of socket, tearing the embalmed flesh from it, turning the injector tube still attached, and shoving it with all of your force into what's left of its lower jaw and skull. As you see its body finally go limp, the tubes going taut as whatever toxins are pumped into its remaining corpse-like features, as you just this black ichor begin to ooze from where its eyes were, where its ears were, even from inside of its own jawline that has been eroded away by the radiant light pumped out by Aura. As it falls to its knees, just kind of sitting there, leaned back in just an exaggerated state as his body goes limp. And as you approach, as you see Aura and Okro standing there, the fight with this monster finally over after everything that you've been through and everything that has happened in this combat scenario. Do you do anything while you're standing near this monster?
So as I come over, is there anything left in that syringe, or did he inject it fully into him?
You see, now that it's fully exposed, it's not how you would normally believe, where it was a syringe injector where they would load a vial and it would inject this poison into someone. It seems that the needle itself ran to a pump, which ran tubes into the body of the doctor. Whatever toxin he was using was being made inside of its own body.
No, I'm interested on how he was making the toxin. Am I able to investigate his corpse for that reason? To see if I can figure it out, since we don't know what happened to Creed or the Piper.
As you take a quick look over the body, you see that between you, Okros, Nameless, and Aura, that this creature's corpse is ruined. It is eroded, broken, burned, eviscerated. Everything in the book that you were taught to look for as a field medic and otherwise has been done to this creature that had threatened you and your friends for so long. All it is now is a testament to the folly of whatever created this fallacy of a monster. Whatever toyed with its existence and let it live. All it is now is a reason for it to not have existed in the first place. But you do find something. Something hidden inside one of its pockets. Hidden is a strong word. It was simply in the pockets. As you just kind of just look over the body and what it is. And you seem shocked by what you find. Because as you look at the flesh of this creature, you look at your own and you realize that you look very similar. You look at the sutures, the marks, the scarring, how it forms, and it looks familiar to how your body also responds to that. And in one of its pockets is a small journal that seems to be very old, decrepit, soaked in whatever fluids and viscera it found itself dealing with or covered in during its own tenure as a monster. And you see that it reads the records, the memories of whoever this monster was, and that underneath all of the carnage and such that has covered this creature, you can see the shreds of the blue coveralls worn by the wardens underneath its clothing. And that in the journal it says of a story of being taken from a home, of being brought to a city among the ocean waves, of being tested on and taken away from those that it cared about, of being told it was going to serve the greater good, the will of the gods, and that it should be grateful. But something went wrong. Every time they tried to grow him, it failed. And so he then became a quilt of shame, as the biophagus would call it. He simply became the receiver of all the failed parts. If they couldn't grow him, they would make him. And as the journal continues to delve further and further into madness, as the quotations and writing become ever more jumbled and jarbled, as the literacy and the intelligence that was once held in that man's head began to erode and disappear, you realize what's happened. He must have ran, escaped, or was unleashed as a rabid dog. A mistake made by the creators at High Charity, the same place where you were threatened to be brought. And you realize that this could have been your fate, Nez. The fate of any changeling that found its way to High Charity. But as you have this realization, the thoughts dancing across your mind, you see a square of light appear over New Haven. On it, showing two figures standing on a small island in the middle of what looks to be nowhere. You recognize one of the figures. You can recognize his horns anywhere. It's Creed, standing in front of the Blight Piper, as they stand on a small island made of slate, of flat stone, as the waves crash against the sides. The island itself can't be more than 80 feet across. But it must be just somewhere remote where the Piper believed that they could solve their problems. But you can see that this screen that is above New Haven is akin to that of a broadcast. And it is broadcasting in real time what is happening on that island. As we switch to it, as Creed, no sooner did you fall through that door in the ground, did you find yourself sprayed by the salt air, the crashing of waves surrounding you, as you find yourself still standing in front of the Blight Piper. But now, you and him stand alone on a small square platform in the middle of roaring waters. As he simply looks to you and goes, "Isn't this better? You and me. Our final act. You, the justified paladin who's come to right the wrongs of the wicked, and me, someone who just wanted to watch everything burn. Isn't this great? Just the two of us." Now I ask you, Creed, I know the answer, but I want to ask you anyways. Do you really think that you are at the level where you can be judge, jury, and executioner? I know what I've done, and so do you. Your hands aren't clean either. So what makes you better?
Mm. What makes me capable of being your judge, your jury, and your executioner? I would say, more than anything, it's the fact that innocent blood has been shed. Both, and he'll glance down. Both at the end of my blade, with the end of yours. The truth of the matter is that he's going to give a wry smile. The right man at the wrong place, but the right time can make all the difference.
Ah, I didn't take you for a poet, Creed. That's always been something I've liked about picking your brain, whether it was forcing it to twist and turn, to run in fear and paranoia. I've always enjoyed that part of discovering new things about you. You're not from here, which is interesting, to say the least. You don't walk and talk like those that are from this region. You even wear the symbols of a land that no one has heard of in 13 years. It's quite an interesting experience to find a walking, talking relic. One from before these end times happened. Now, pray tell, since you're from before, I imagine you didn't just hide in a hole for 13 years. You look rather well for someone of that age. I imagine you may have had a hand in things. I mean, why else would you have been spared the 13 years of slaughter, of pain, of hunting, of taking things from others that were never theirs to begin with? Why would you be spared all of it, if not for the fact that someone chose you to miss that? Isn't that why Glacier Keep was so important? Why you went back there a few times? Isn't that why you still fight? Why do you think I fight? Not just for the chaos, not just to bring down everything around me. It's to try and make a statement that no matter who holds the cards, they're going to do the same thing we've always done. We're going to look upon those who have something we can take, and we're going to take it. I've read the books of what survived the Godfall, as it's called by those who survived it. I read the stories of how an entire island evaporated, of how the Glass Keep came under siege, of how the spire that sat on the eastern border of the region collapsed in and of itself in a bright beam of light, of how demons and gods came back and just started taking people for what they were worth. I read about what happened in Head Thunder, how they were stripping the entire land for an ore that wasn't even being used on that side of the world. It was being shipped to the very colors you wear. Now, I don't know what happened in behind closed doors 13 years ago. All I know is what was given, what was told. But you came here acting the hero, high and mighty, ready to do what needed to be done. And what happened to us? I imagine you haven't spoken to your comrades, and if you have, they've probably all told you the same, of how they all have some scar left from this world. I have a few to share, and I know so do you. That doesn't make you better. doesn't make me better. It makes us both broken. Two broken pieces on a chessboard who seem to find our joy in dueling it out between forces beyond our control. So, the only reason you're standing here, being given the chance to kill me, to end my miserable existence, is because I let you. I don't need to take your pity for your execution, for your anger, your vengeance. Because to take the hand of someone to be offered something means that they are to be below you. And you and me are the same. We're both at the end of a rope, at the bottom of a barrel, at the end of a road that we'll never see. What are you going to do after this? Are you going to go bring the fight to High Charity again? Because that went so well last time. I read the stories of your assault that you led. Wonderful time that was. Didn't see you again. The number of people that we lost. And I know you're asking yourself the question, he says the word we like he was there. It's because I was. And he throws to you a brooch that has the symbol of Ravenholm on it. And you recognize the designation. It was the infantry landing craft that you took in to actually get to High Charity. I was there. I was there, fighting for something better. And then everything fell to pieces. The tower exploded. We thought you were dead. We thought we had lost. We ran as our entire group was killed on sight by monsters we couldn't fathom. The engines of war we had created, the weapons we had mastered meant nothing. So what's left? I didn't make it off the island, the city, the fortress. I got left behind. The landers left with what they could. The war machines and vehicles and soldiers that made it back were in shambles. Even if they could move, they could barely fight against something so large. And so I got left behind. I ran as much as I could between the dwindling monoliths that had made up that city, that had been ravaged by the forces of Ares and Ravenholm. And I was found. I was a mistake. They used me as a pincushion, branded me, made me know that I was worthless in their eyes, along with the rest of us. So when I finally made it out, I brought him back with me. A friend who made it out in pieces and was put back together again, time and time again, until he finally worked like the rabid dog they had imagined him to be. He's probably dead now, as I know I will be. So, you now know why I've done everything. Anger, hatred, vengeance, shallow virtues. I couldn't strike back at the heart of what caused me this pain, so I struck back at what I could. I was hoping one day they would come down and I would be able to do what they did to me. But if I had that chance, I didn't have a weapon that could harm them, right? Slayer of Athena, killer of gods, savior of the Western realm. I didn't have that sword. So, what's it going to be, Creed? Are we going to duel until the death? Am I going to cast what spells I have left, evaporate you from this realm? Or should I just let you sink the blade into my heart? Let you do what you will to make yourself justified? What's your choice?
You asked me several questions. I believe it's polite to answer them. What will I do once our fight is over? If I'm to be the one who survives, yes, I intend to make my way to high charity. I would do it by myself. If any would join me, so be it. I'm not one to leave a mission half finished. Recalling what happened during the Godfall, I had no way of knowing. Victory seemed assured. Why wouldn't it? And what happened to me, I still don't know. But I can tell you that I haven't moved past it. And much as he tosses his brooch, Creed is going to pull his journal out and throw it out. Inside that book are the names of every single soldier I lost, every single soul that died at high charity. Do you know what I do for the first 2 hours of every day? I go through it and I try to memorize every single name. I very rarely get to take a name off that book. I've taken 2 names off since I've come back. Anywhere I go, I ask, who's died in the past 13 years? For every single one of those deaths is truly falls at my feet. Me and my associates, we led you all there. We got a lot of good people killed. However, in your mindset, you decided to lash out at those who you once swore to protect, the innocent. To do what? Imitate the gods who struck down your friends, your brothers, your sisters? They say, or at least a good friend told me, a general shall die with the last shot fired. What do I plan to do if all goes well, the stars align? I manage to take high charity. I plan to make sure no one forgets the names of those who've been lost. And if you truly think your horrific acts will somehow appease the gods, by all means, strike me down now. One thing I can offer you, for what it's worth, is the same deal I made all those years ago. Not just to one god, multiple gods. I offer you a fair fight. For that's truly all I can do. Strike me down, someone vindicates yourself, by all means! Strike down a man who should have died 13 years ago with the rest of the force. He led into slaughter. What's important to remember, though, this day, on this, he's going to kind of look around tentatively. On this field of battle you've chosen for us, remember, you may but strike down a man. That's all you will kill. It doesn't matter. Someone's from 13 years ago, 2,000 years. All that it takes for evil, and he'll gesture with his sword at the piper, takes for evil to triumph, is for good men to do nothing. But I found out that's not quite true. All it takes for evil to triumph is for good men to look the other way. And that's all you've done. All the lives you've lost, all the lives you've taken. I'm willing to bet you can't remember the names. You know how many names are in that book? 14,973. But today, I'm more than likely to add 2 more. For who appeared to be Nameless's brother. I don't know his name, but it's another name to add to the list. I know every single life I've taken. Before and now. However, it's important to remember, in war, victory. In peace, vigilance. And Creed is going to take a fighter stance. In death, sacrifice.
It seems that you have a well understanding. I draw my blade to you, Creed. But you see, the lives I've taken have not been in naught. I remember them as well. You see that I have every face. As he just continually shifts in between appearances, goes, none of them have been in vain. A step towards a goal, maybe. But now, the end of a lost cause and the burial of a principle. Strike. So, he goes to swing at you, and it's something easy. You can parry. It leaves him open. It leaves him off balance. And you see that he doesn't bring his sword back to a point. It almost as if he just lets it fly outward, leaving his entire front open to attack.
Yeah, Creed doesn't swing.
What? You're too good to take the second shot now? What was all that huffle before? Strike me. Take it. Do it. Show me the monster they made. So it'll be, Green. You know, follow through? Or just wind up and become one of those long, drawn-out situations again? Giving you your shot. Take it. You want it? Take it. I have nothing left.
Creed's going to raise his blade. He is going to bring it back. He's going to bring it down. And he's going to hit the Blight Piper on the side of the head with the flat of his blade. Hopefully that knocks him down.
You knock him to his knees. As he looks at you and goes, you really are just an ignorant, arrogant, piece of shit, Creed. You had
We-
all of that talk of penance, of payment. Where is it? Take me out. Do it for the betterment of your oath, your gods, your glory, your friends, your families, the innocent that you protect. Because if I leave here, which I could do at any moment, I will continue what I started. And if not here, I will follow you. You go to the Great Scorched Sands, I will burn down the fortresses. I will create terror in the hearts of people who have never truly felt it. I am an instrument of suffering, of spite, of hatred. I am a product of a vendetta that never finished. You let me live, you have gone back on your promise. You think we're the same, as I've told you. You believe yourself to be on the same level. Then do it. Be a good soldier. So what do, Creed? He's sitting there on one knee, holding the side of his head, as he just stabs the blade into the stone and leaves it, and just looks at you, just shaking his head.
I'm gonna be 100% honest out of character. I have no fucking idea. I can make an argument either way.
You have to choose. Otherwise, he's going to choose for you. Come on, Creed. Time's wasting. I'm getting impatient.
Reed is. We are judged not for our sins, but by them. And Creed's gonna ram his sword through the Piper's chest.
That's a good shot, Creed. I knew you'd finally come to an understanding. Now, tell your friends why you hesitated. As he begins to fall backwards, landing on his back, coughing a few more times, going, I hope you can explain your hesitation to the rest of the region. As he points up, and you see above your head is a massive screen of light that is broadcasting you in real time. Surprise! You proved me wrong. but I get the last laugh, Green. Finish what you started. I'll see you when you get downstairs. As he just kind of fades out, his face reverting back to its normal changeling form, brands and all, as you see the light leave his eyes. His life fluids spilt upon the stone of the island.
There comes a time where you will come to a crossroads. And it's tough to determine which route to go. It's easy to kill in war. It's easy for us to look at those who we know in our heart of hearts that they are horrible people. They're evil. However, it's the souls who haunt you that you have to answer to. Should I have killed him first opportunity? Of course. Should I have not killed him? Taken him in custody? Taken him to court? Let the higher authorities take care of it, of course. But we live in a world where there are monsters. There are wolves. There's wolves in the world. However, some of the wolves are good. And I never claimed to be a good man. I've done what I can to make the right decisions. And that has led to a not inconsiderate amount of heartache, of pain. 14,000 souls followed my decision 13 years ago. And it's the souls you can't answer to that end up haunting you. So yes, Greed looks up. Blight Piper is dead. And yes, I hesitated. Because in the end, I have to answer for every life I take. And there are some you can easily explain away. And there's some you can't. And he's just gonna stand there and look down.
As your words echo across the sea, you see the screen above you dim. And just as soon as you arrived, you find yourself back on the cobblestone roads of New Haven. Standing in the street where you originally fought the Piper, seeing your friends all gathered by the World Stone as Leandros and others have re-entered the city. Soldiers had gone looking for the devices you spoke of for the evacuation to find what needed to be done, and the devices they found had nothing in them. They were just dead weight. They were fakes. It seems the real ones were in some other location. As when they went to go find the building that you had been held in, that you had been tricked into being put in, they found that it had erupted in flames and that it had been burned down to cinders. Nothing left of your issues that had been there. Of course, Leandro shows up with Azrael and a few of the other higher-ranking officers, including that of Briar by his side as he looked over him during your rush into the town. Some of the evacuees coming back to start piecing things back together, as thankfully the damage was minimal, as the bombs were not real to start with. And a lot of them just walk to silence as they see you, they see your compatriots, they see the World Stone intact, they see the dead doctor, and it seems that they saw you. They heard what you said, and it seems that everyone has been given something to think about. As you imagine that your own compatriots that you've stood with were witness to what you were pushed to, what you were pushed through. As you find that the brooch the Blight Piper threw to you was in your hand when you arrived back in New Haven. Leandros looks to all of you and goes, even though the devices were duds, if it wasn't for you, we could have lost a significant number of people, especially if both of these individuals were left alive. It was a tough decision, I understand, but it was one that needed to be made regardless. Imagine you all need a rest and resources. We will not bother you. Go home. You will deal with what we can as we go. As for now, there's nothing else to do. No rebuilds, no issues, no death. Just simply the five of you finding time to breathe. And so you were ushered back towards the townhouse as Leandros gathers his people to take care of what's left of what needed to be fixed, recovering the body of the doctor after Nez looked it over. And you all find yourselves back in the living room around the kitchen table in the townhouse. Words not passing through mouths, but rather between yourselves, as the telepathic bond that's still created by Aura during her magical upheaval allowed you all to have just conversations as you walked that to you lasted hours, but in reality lasted minutes. And as you all sit around the table, you just find yourselves thinking, what's next? That's where we end our session tonight. To answer the question that I know I'm going to probably get from Nez, you all do gain a level.
Nice.
I feel underprepared. I didn't know I was going to have a monologue off tonight. I could have prepared.
You also didn't know who the Blight Piper really was, so, you know. little bit of both situations there. But yeah, so let's do a quick breaky downy so we can send everyone off so we can all go do the sleeps and such as necessary. So starting, we're gonna skip Kreen just because I know you have a lot. I'm gonna give you a minute to think. Nameless, Mr. Rage. What did you find
Yeah.
most enjoyable from tonight? What were your favorite moments? What were your big things?
My favorite.
Favorite part was Creed's monologue at the end. It was kind of like how it was made from the Science Channel. I can
Right.
go lay my head on the pillow and fall right the fuck asleep now, since I gotta be up in 6 hours.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, did you just make fun of my monologue? I was trying. All right, I was so he went so long. I'm like, fuck, where do I go? Where do I even start to respond to this dick?
Like, this is gonna be a fight of wits, and it was like, oh no, issues.
I was like,
Nothing
God,
that you knew.
anytime he wants to stop, like,
yeah,
like you need to answer for this. You need to answer for this. Can I answer at any point?
no,
Like,
fuck you, villain. Nah.
oh, sorry.
I'm sorry, I just fell asleep. What?
What else you got, Rage? Anything interesting? Anything that you want to point out?
Oh, dude, I absolutely fucking hated not being able to do shit. Like, even if I could roll, it was a 1 out of 20. Like,
Yeah.
really? Oh, that was
I've
bullshit.
got a -1 to my wisdom saves, and I was charmed at the beginning. So I very much felt the same. Just, I got.
Yeah, so you were in the exact same boat. Nat 20, that was going to be the only thing that worked.
Yeah, which is why I that, as you guys have probably realized at this point, I build enemies to spite you because I want to make the fights interesting. And yeah, a level 18 bard really kind of threw a monkey wrench into most of your strategies. So that's why I made the Blight Piper such a memorable villain, because he can just do that. I'm outnumbered. No, I'm not. Boom. Done. Fight yourselves. Get away from me.
Yeah, like, I had several different plans leading up to my first turn, and, like, they all just went squash. Because my last resort was going to be if that wall, the anti-gravity or reverse gravity wall was still there, I was just going to jump off the roof and, like, do somersaults. So I'd have to do disadvantage on my fucking attack rolls.
It's just like force yourself into disadvantage.
Yeah, exactly. And then you ended it right before my turn. I'm like, son of a bitch.
No.
Because my first plan was I was going to cast Cure Wounds on myself. That was going to take my action. I couldn't have attacked. But then I realized that you had control of me at that point, of what my action was, what I was going to do. And then what was my other one? I told Rex's all of these too. I don't remember what the second one was. It was something stupid though.
Try to unarmed attack something, I think you said.
Oh yeah, try unarmed attack. So that way, like, my unarmed attack does 0 damage.
And I was like, he said shoot. I don't think punching.
But they, it's like, oh, you said shoot. I was like, oh, you were fucking right. Oh. And, like, my last thing was like, okay, I got 1 round with the cat signal. Let me just, like, keep shooting that over and over again, even though it's not going to shoot anything. And then you're like, oh, switch weapons. Like, motherfucker. I have, like, everything I've come up with is just bullshit.
You're like, oh, my
And then when it finally does come off of me, some asshole gives me a level of exhaustion out of fucking nowhere. Yeah, that was horrible.
I mean, on the
even
bright
told Rice was
side,
like-
you did some serious damage to me. You know.
I mean, yeah, I almost killed you.
Not
second
quite.
shot. No?
No. I'll be blunt. You weren't close. I have 86 hit points plus his free 9. You got me half though, which is pretty far.
50 something.
Yeah. Yeah, with his free 9, I was at 94.
Yeah, if those other 2 shots would have hit, you would have been hurting pretty bad.
Oh,
if
I
not
probably
dead.
would have been dead.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about. If I would have hit with those other 2 shots, because you would have also gotten the Hail of Thorns from me hitting Nez, too. So, yeah, it would have fucked you up pretty bad. But I'm glad they missed.
The stress.
But, yeah, is... Whew. I was like, there's nothing I can do. There's nothing you can do. Like, the only person that could have done something, her internet fucking went out and is gone now. So I might as well just burn my character and go to bed. But yeah, I guess those are the only 2 remarks that I have.
All right. And if you need to dip now, Rage, you can. I'm not going to keep you around for the rest of it.
I got, 3 more people that need to say something? So
All right.
Go for it.
Mr. Nez.
I enjoyed the concoction that I had to be under.
Mm-hmm. It was going to be
No
really
wolf.
funny if you actually got to do it, but then, or with her wild magic.
Yeah.
That was going to be good, but I like how I continued to play into it with the getting my helping hands to come on out and act like I had a whole bunch of hands to hit him with.
Help me lasso that guy. He's too far away. I gotta punch him.
I was ready. And then to Rexus, I was like, dude, if you have to let go of me, just do it. I'm like, I don't care.
I was half expecting you to just tell him to throw you at him. Honestly, like I was expecting that, and you didn't. I was like, huh, that's weird.
You'll have to touch me.
Yeah, basically, I was waiting for the fucking Gimli quote to come up.
And then I definitely Creed did a good job at the end.
Yeah, did you like the little breadcrumbs I left you?
Yeah, I did. I'm definitely gonna. As you were talking, you're like, same skin. I'm like, huh. I'm like, he must have been a changeling.
Peculiar.
But I definitely am gonna go probably constantly rereading that journal since I'm gonna be keeping that.
Yeah, fair enough. All right, Mr. Okros.
I mean, probably the part where, well, the gas hit and then he got anti-gravitied and just started floating and was still like floating, and all the carry had was like, I gotta get close enough to punch him. Like, I might be suddenly 12 feet in the air and getting even further from the ground, but fuck it, I gotta get closer to punch him.
I gotta punch him. I gotta do it real good.
And when you had Aura come up behind me and start the light glowing from her hands, I was like, oh, I'm gonna get Goku'd.
Oh no, I'm gonna get Goku'd. I was like, oh, what's something that she hasn't used yet? Oh, look, she has Sunbeam. Oh, roll it. Let's see what happens. And then she rolled Wild Magic and was like, oh, look, she gets another turn. Another Sunbeam.
I mean, it worked the first time.
Yeah, I mean... Yeah, let's just roll the dice and see what happens. It's just... That needs to go on the quote wall. Oh, no, I'm gonna get Goku. So fucking dumb. I love it. Alright. Anything else, Mr. Rexus?
I mean, the other stuff's already been covered pretty much. So.
Alright, Mr. Creed.
I like donkey kicking a party member to break a spell that was cast, or after the magic gas hit him, I donkey kicked him clean of it. I don't understand how that works medically, but apparently that's a thing I did. So I'm not gonna ask questions.
It's fine.
Yeah.
Weirder things
there you go.
Happened.
If we got anyone drunk, apparently that's the trick. Is just get kicked by Creed's hooves.
Magic. It's weird. Don't worry about it.
We'll say this was like the session I was upset I didn't have a camera because I was fucking emoting. That was, yeah. If I had known I was gonna have to monologue my way out of this, I would have been more prepared. I would not have let you fall asleep. I'm sorry. But no.
Oh God, he's asleep again. No.
Yeah, I will say it was actually somewhat stressful. Every time I got hit, watching the hit points drop lower and lower and lower. That's not something I've had to experience for a while. So,
Oh dear
Rage,
God.
thank you very much for that. That was actually kind of terrifying.
I mean, like I said, I thought I was gonna fuck you up really bad.
Oh, like Aura's over here dying. Like, oh, I'll go help her. You know, I'll go over and pat her on the back, be like, "You're good. Have some lay on hands." And I ended up tied to a light post, dangling from it while you shot me. So, you know,
I mean,
not quite
My
how I saw
fucking-
that going.
yeah, I was going over there to fucking do cure wounds on her, and yet I'm shooting people dangling from my poles. How do you think I felt?
This,
Oh,
yeah, it's this boss fight was written way differently at the start of the session, and then things kept happening, and I was like, well, all right, we gotta make it weird now. It's got to get weird.
also, I want to point out, like, so far we're like 2 for 2 for party members finding dead people they know, and like all I got is Leandros. So
All I
like-
have is Leandros.
I mean, I'm not saying I'm safe, but he seems kind of important to the story. So
He's got plot armor, or does he?
I
What is this plot armor?
Uh-huh. No one has plot armor in this game. What are you talking about?
besides my monologue, yeah, I had a lot of fun. That's only because someone apparently was very disappointed with me. I was trying to have fun with it, but it's okay. It's okay.
Yeah, it's like I said, it was the. Would you like to tell the party what your original plan was?
Yeah. So my original plan, I wanted to strangle the Blight Piper to death with my bare hands.
That's
So straight up murder him.
That was the question he asked me before the session was, how morally ambiguous can I be as a paladin? I went, give me more context.
It's-
That's very that's very killing joke of you.
yeah. That's
Wow,
actually
that's
what I use
funny.
as an
It's
example.
funny you should mention that.
Yeah. I brought
I
that
was
up.
like, hey, so if I go in wanting to murder someone, is that bad as a paladin? Because I feel like that's bad.
It was a lot of like, all right, let's talk about context and deities and connections and like what this person's done, what you've done, like what is the limitation, like what's going on. I was like, what's your oath? Are you going to be breaking it? You know, you're lawful good, but like what's happened? You know, it's like a lot of factors come into play. And I was like, oh, so you're just going to like killing joke this? Like you're just Batman, you're fed up? Like you've done your rings?
Dude, if it would have went that way and you didn't say the joke, I would have like left the session. Like for sure. I mean, it's not like the greatest fucking joke in the world, but it's iconic to that
Yes.
story.
It was it was the killing joke. Yeah.
Yeah.
But
Although I guess Kree would have had to sleep with his partner's girlfriend. I don't know. The movie was weird.
there was a lot of context that would have had to happen off screen, but it didn't.
Yeah.
You know.
Look,
Yeah. The movie was completely different from the fucking comic story, and I
Oh.
know they had to add shit, but
you see, Rage, there's a problem with that. Which is, if we're being technical, I mean, I had to sleep with Orin. I'm not getting in the way, but I'm not getting in between you two. See, I have standards. Like whatever.
I said your partner's girlfriend. One, I'm not your partner. Two, that's not my girlfriend.
Hey, look, all right. I'm not getting in the way, man.
Just
Look,
saying. Please,
you-
by all means.
You and the Sea Elf, you've got
was
this
just
like
like-
Sundari yandere thing going on. Like, I'm
Oh.
not getting in the way of that.
No, it's all yours. It's okay.
No, it's
All right.
fine. It's fine.
It's
So,
perfectly fine.
I'm gonna wrap it up. I didn't mean for us to have a monologue fight at the end. It was just the way everything kind of happened. So the way the fight was supposed to go was that like Aura got snapped out of wild shape. It was be like, oh yeah, the Blight Piper's really powerful. The fucking Plague Doctor's here. It's gonna be a big rock'em sock'em like end
Good luck
of
with that.
end of dealing with this shit. You know, like the Plague Doctor nearly killed Rexus, and like Aura saved Okros, and like there's this whole like pain behind it. And he's kind of just like a monster. He's a Frankenstein, and the Blight Piper's been like taunting you guys and like holding deaths of innocents over your heads, and just this whole thing. And it was like, yeah, Blight Piper's gonna do some fucking brain shit. Like he's gonna give like Crown of Madness to Okros and have him start punching people. You know, he's gonna start manipulating the party members against each other. You know, start causing, you know, Nameless to start shooting people with the alligator rifle. You know, start doing a lot of damage to people and start really just kind of ruining, because it's like, oh, I'm outnumbered. No, I'm not. I can use you to my advantage. And then weird shit kept happening because of the wild magic from Aura. So things just kept getting weirder and weirder, and I was like, all right, time to improvise. And then you were like, I'm gonna compel duel him, and I was like, all right, he's gonna 0 in wisdom, like let's see what he fucking does. And he rolls a nat 1, and I was like, oh, he's going full ham hock into this fucking duel now. Like it is full send, which led into the whole him casting not Dimension Door, that's a fucking Magic the Gathering card. Gate, essentially. And just, or no, Dimension Door is a spell. I'm thinking Door of Nothingness. Anyway, basically, casting Dimension Door, plopping him on an island, having that big thing. Because you were going to eventually figure out that he was a Ravenholm soldier. And that was gonna, like, it was gonna be, like, after you killed him, you were going to find that brooch on him, and it was gonna be like, oh shit, oh no. But then the whole duel happened, so it was like, fuck you. Like that, yeah, angry noises, and then really hoping for you just to strike him down, and the fact you kept hesitating, I was just like, you son of a bitch. Do the thing you wanted. He's giving you an opening. Do it. And you were like, no, I can't. And then you fucking cut him. I was like, God, just do the thing. You son of a bitch.
God, so I want to point out a lot of the moments where I was silent was legitimately trying to figure out the morality of this.
You knew
Because
the
again,
morality going in. There
Well,
was
no,
none.
like it was a case of like I can make an argument either way,
Right.
but which one makes sense?
All right. I mean, yeah, okay.
I was like, if I can knock him down, like I can, I don't. I was trying to think of I don't want to say like a civil way, but like a somewhat respectful death.
Okay.
And like I couldn't. I kept thinking like that's what Creed would do, no matter how horrible someone is. Like they don't. They don't necessarily deserve a bad death, but it was like, fuck. He's really bad. He's done some horrible things. My gut kind of went, just cut the head off to make sure he dies. But I was like, just let him know, like, you're not going to get out of this clean, and just go straight to the chest. He's not going to survive. It's a fucking great sword.
Yeah.
So that's just what I ended up doing. I was like, God.
Yeah. Wasn't supposed to be that way at all, because what happened when you activated your sword was the ability that you haven't used since you found Father Graydon in Glacier Keep, was it gives you a penance stare. So instead of causing fear, if essentially you Ghost Rider somebody, you can make them face all of their crimes and shit. It was basically going to be like, you want to be a paladin? You're a fucking paladin. Father Graydon has given you the blessing from beyond the pale to like do your fucking job, and just like you haven't used it until this point. And I was like, all right, roll athletics. Like, he's higher level, so he has like a +6. But like, I'm like, all right, come on, Creed, you can do this. And he beats you by 2 points. I'm like, well, fuck. Now it's gonna become a whole thing. So I was really hoping for you to actually grab him, because then that would have happened, and that would have shown you the power of like what you unlocked and like what the sword was trying to tell you to do, and a couple of things would roll. And I was like, oh well, it's anyway, we'll figure it out later, I guess, for another session. It's fine.
I don't usually do it, but I'm gonna quote Alex Jones. I might be a little stupid.
It happens.
All right.
It happens. But yeah, but otherwise it was good. I feel like the boss fight definitely went off the rails, but I'm just glad that everything kind of just happened, and now it's kind of just done with, because it lets you guys kind of go on to the next thing. I also couldn't have controlled it being fucking as goofy as it was, because just the dice decide to make things goofy today. It happens.
Speaking of goofy,
Yeah.
out of curiosity,
Uh-huh.
what would happen if I rolled a dirty 20 on persuasion to persuade Creed to court the tuna?
To court the tuna.
Yes.
Well, Creed would have to roll a competing wisdom save, essentially. Essentially, when you persuade someone, there has to be like there's a DC for getting someone to follow what you're saying. Much akin to like if you play Fallout, if you have speech over X number, you have a better percentage of causing someone to like follow what you're laying down, essentially. So like you have these basic DCs. It's like, oh, persuade someone to do something that's a little different than what they normally do, is like super low, and then someone will be like, oh, go against your morals completely, and like just go burn down that orphanage, is like way high. But like when it comes to getting someone to do that, it depends on their wisdom and charisma scores, and sometimes you can do like competing, where it's like, okay, both of you choose persuasion or deception, and then don't tell the other what you're rolling, just give me the numbers. So that way, if Creed's like, oh, I'm gonna insight on Nameless to figure out if he's trying to like, fuck with me, or if he's being honest, you can tell me what you rolled and be like, oh, I rolled deception, because I'm lying through my fucking teeth.
I don't think I'm allowed to know, but I think as a paladin, I'm not allowed to know what sex is. So
that's not. I'm pretty sure that's
court. I didn't say like fucker. Like
yeah,
Jesus.
Jesus, you're jumping the fucking goalpost.
Wow.
Like, damn. All right.
I'm just trying to get him to fucking butt in a single. He's trying to hit a home run.
No. See, there's also another problem. Which you haven't thought about, Mr. Rage. It doesn't matter what you do. I successfully told all of your friends that you wanna get it on with the elf. So all of your military friends are now going to be bringing that up from now until the end of time. Doesn't matter. I don't have any
military friends, so that's cool.
No. You got the other fucking snipers. You can't lie to me.
Like, I have one, and that's Azrael, and that's it.
It doesn't matter. That's going to get around.
That's cool.
As
I'm not in the military. So
Name's just like, I'm still gonna convince you to court the tuna. It's fine. We'll get there. But yeah, it's if we cross that bridge, we'll kind of get there when we get there. But yeah, if you rolled like a dirty
I rolled
20,
it. It's on D&D Beyond. You can look.
Oh, god damn it.
I did have to roll it twice though and burn a lucky, so
I'm not dating the tuna. We'll save right now.
We're gonna save that for next session. That's a lot of shit I have to think about and process.
People for him to kill.
Anyway, that's the end of the session. That's the end of this whole shindig. I have nothing else to say or add to the matter. I'm done for the night, as much as the rest of us are. I'm gonna be around a lot more for doing streaming this weekend and then next week, because apparently, according to Twitch, Tuesday's my streamer anniversary for becoming affiliate.
I see.
So I'm gonna be doing a longer stream that have like multiple games and stuff. I'm gonna probably be doing a Clem the Finance Wizard playthrough of Divinity Original Sin, because I find that fucking hilarious. So we'll do that among other things. But that's all I got. Catch us next Friday for more D&D shenanigans. Tell your friends. We have fun here. It's dumb as hell sometimes, but we have fun here. And just come enjoy this giant homebrew world that's a bunch of shenanigans that we all get to just fuck around in. But past that, good night, everybody. Have a good one, and we'll see y'all later.
Bye.
Goodbye.
Bye.
Goodbye.
Pleasure having you.